started the stream, and then we should be good to go with some more Godot stuff today. Let me real quick double check. I had to check my hard drive real quick with my SSD, whether or not I had enough room on there for the recording of this stream. But it seems like I only had like 30 gigs on it, which should be enough for a fair few hours of footage. Because there's nothing like interesting happening visually here, so but pretty low bit rate. Okay, YouTube's finally caught up. Good. Welcome everybody. Again, Godot. We're back. We're doing some more stuff. I don't know how far we're going to get today. Hopefully we're going to now live on the channel. I am very much aware. Thank you very much for informing me. So I've been thinking a little bit about some things to do with the inventory, and hopefully today we'll also like make a player sprite and stuff like that, and start designing the actual shop map a little bit more, and start maybe introducing a basic economy. I'm also going to start recording now. So let's get started with taking another look at the inventory, because we have this chest. Let's see where we actually, let's get started by, can we like reorganize my workspace, because I very much would prefer like the file system thing that we have here to be on the bottom somehow. Can we do something like that? That would be great if we could. Maybe we can't, I don't know. Does this copy selection? I don't know. Maybe we'll just make it a little bit bigger. I want to also just organize things a little bit better, right? So we've got resources, that's great. Then let's make a new folder here, which we'll call prefabs. I know they're called scenes, but let's be honest, they're prefabs, which is going to be like the chest, the card, the chest inventory, and then we'll make a distinction in there between objects and UI stuff. Actually, chest inventory is a script, so we only have this. Shop level itself is a level, so we're going to do different stuff with that. I think that is pretty much all there is to it, so we put that in prefabs. And then we'll create a new... I don't know what's going on with my mouse, but it's not great so far. It's freaking out a little bit. Remember me? I'm not sure. But also, hello everybody joining in here. We're just getting started by reorganizing things a little bit before we move on to some actual development stuff. Okay, so we have objects, and then we could have done this between streams. Yes, but I didn't think about it until literally right now. So that's why we're doing it right now. Chest inventory scene. I think that's a UI thing, right? Yeah, that's a UI thing. So let's put that in UI. The card scene is, I suppose, we need to fix this up a little bit as well. But that's technically also a UI thing. And I want to change this. I think what we want to do here is... I want to have like these stats in a more readable way. In like a little box next to this as well. Potentially. I'm not sure if we're going to do that, but that would be ideal. And then have them actually in a list instead of a grid. We'll see. For now, we're going to stick with the grid, but that's maybe a thing that we'll do. Then we have... so we have prefabs, and then I want a folder for scripts as well. So that's going to have the card, the chest inventory. This, we probably need to change it into just a normal inventory. Right now it is specifically for the chest. So we're going to change that probably from like a chest inventory script and split that up into a chest script, which then has a reference to an inventory script. So we can use the inventory on the player as well, because the player is going to have an inventory too. That said, I am not entirely sure how we're going to deal with like maximum inventory or maximum like carry capacity, because the chest is probably going to be infinite, but I think I want the player to like only have like 10 slots so that you have to move around a little bit. Otherwise you don't need the chest, right? We'll see. This doesn't really matter. I suppose we just dump that into resources as well. And then we've got the player scene, which is a prefab object. Technically, I suppose this is a resource. And then the level, we only have one level, so we can just keep that outside. Okay, everything is a little bit better organized. Now, let's get back into like our chest scene, right? Because we have our chest, which is very, very zoomed out at the moment. We have this little thing where we have the chest that has the chest script here. And on that we have a couple of different things. So let's take a look at it. We have our spawn inventory. This should probably be on a separate inventory script. So what I think, the way we do that is we just add a node here, right? Do we just have like a node 2D control? Just node. Can we just do node? We can just do node. And then on that we put a new script for inventory. And we take this spawn inventory and we put it in the inventory component instead. That's the idea anyway. And then the cards array is also going to be on the inventory. I guess, I don't remember. It's been like a week since I looked at this. This definitely, like the chest is going to need a player. It's not an inventory thing. But I think the inventory screen as well is probably a thing that, well, it's called inventory screen. So it probably makes sense to put that on the inventory, doesn't it? Why does it say that this no longer exists? Deleted. I'm sure about that, because I don't think it is, but we'll see. Okay, and we'll rename this from spawn inventory to draw inventory, just because that is a little bit more accurate. So then, instead of when we interact with this thing, we want to get how does this work again? So we can make an inventory is new inventory. No. Inventory is get node inventory by the name of inventory. So then if we make sure that this node is named inventory, we build everything. I think that then does what it needs to do. Chest does not define contain a definition for cards. That makes sense. Where does it do anything to do with cards? What? Hold on. Cannot implicitly convert type inventory to chest. Inventory. Oh. That makes sense. I guess. What even is like chest inventory? Then what does that do? It spawns in chest inventory. Scene to spawn. Dot chest. Oh. Okay. Yes. Yes. Yes? Maybe. Why does the chest inventory need a... It needs a chest... No, it does not need a chest. Why does it need a chest? Why would it need a chest? Public chest. It's probably because it's going to try to... Chest add card scene, instantiate, set card details. So when it spawns in, it tries to... I don't know what the hell I was on when I made this. Like last week. This is what happens, right? You spend 6 hours in a new engine trying to learn something. When you take a week off, you come back to your code and you're like, oh, what the actual hell? Because you've had the week of time to like internalize everything that happened. I added it down to 6 hours of stream, and there was like an entire 30 minutes where everybody in chat was telling me like, you need to do it this way. And I was trying to like do it and just didn't understand what everybody meant. Editing that was an actual nightmare. Like that was actually very frustrating for me watching back. So now coming back here, like what even like was I doing? So the scene to spawn is a chest inventory. Is this just already the inventory component that I had? Did I just call it chest inventory? Am I just remaking stuff that I already was doing? Because I feel like the inventory should be a component in of itself, which is separate from it being a chest or not. Which is separate from it being a chest or not. So what it should do is... Okay, let's do this from the chest to the inventory to the cards. Just walk through what this all does. If the distance to player is less than 25, which we actually probably want to be like 40 or so instead, because we noticed last time that it was kind of tricky sometimes with triggering. Is action just press interact, we spawn inventory. Spawn inventory does not exist anymore. So, what we do there is... we do inventory.draw inventory. That makes sense. Inventory will get populated right here. So far, so good. Then, on draw inventory, can I please go to the definition here? F12 should be doing that, but it isn't. So, sure, let's just go here. Draw inventory. What that does is it gets a chest inventory. Immediately, why? Right? I guess the chest inventory class is the thing display, but that does... Draw inventory should just be this function, right? That should just be this. Hold on, I'm not going to delete it yet, but I'm going to comment it out. Draw inventory should just be this. So what it does for each card in cards, we have that. We spawn a new set card details that is also probably not great naming, but we'll maybe fix that in a moment. Then we set the card info to whatever card is in the array, and then we add it to the grid. So chest inventory, yeah, that's probably going to need a grid container as well. So let's move that to inventory. Let's that's not exported, so let's keep a little. That needs to be in ready. So this will now get a value too. So we have grid, and then we scene to spawn scale. Let's also comment that out for a moment, because I think we fixed that last time. Okay, so now chest inventory really doesn't do anything anymore. I don't think so. Do we even need this script anymore? Like, does this class do anything? I think we literally just, like, we took a little bit out of chest and a little bit out of chest inventory, and we made an inventory class. And I think that means that we don't need this anymore. Yes. Let's try to build this again. That's not the program that I wanted to open up. Failed to build project. Yeah, we're gonna fix that now. Hopefully. Failed to build project still. What's the issue? Chest does not exist in current context in inventory. Yes. 26, 25, 29, 30. Okay, so 26, 25. Oh, in chest.cards. Yeah, no, that's just going to be cards, because the inventory itself is going to hold the... Yeah, so that's the issue. The cards will be held on the chest, like the actual like physical chest itself, instead of being on a separate object for the inventory. Of course, the cards should be held in the inventory, and the chest should just have a reference to that inventory. That makes sense. So we have then card.name, and we should also then chest.card scene just becomes card scene. And okay, now moving on to set card details, because it says that that's a deleted script, right? So what's up with that? Because this still is here. I would hope. I don't know what happened there, but it still exists, so sure. Okay, so what object does that script exist on? I'm guessing it's in my prefabs in... why would you not just put that in the script folder, you fucking idiot? Inventory, scripts, there we go. Yeah, so we have object card scenes, chest inventory scene, whatever. So the card scene, that is what this script exists on, I'm going to guess, right? So we have set card details. Why wouldn't I just call that a card? Moreover, why is there another script called card that seems to... Oh, card as a resource. Okay, can we... Yeah, no, I just want to... I think it's like F2 something to rename everywhere. This is going to... recourse? What the... Just gonna copy paste this. I can't fucking type to save my life. So everything that's a card is going to have to be changed to card resource now. Why does it think inventory.cs doesn't exist anymore? What the fuck's going on here? Okay, public card resource cards. Card resource card in cards. I think that's it. Because then we can change set card details. I'm going to look up real quick. VS Code update class name. There's a way to do this, right? Control Shift F. So it's probably because we're moving things around and VS Code is freaking out because of that. If we open set card details, what did it say? Control Shift F? That's just search, you idiot. How do I change all the class to class name and oh, there's an HTML file. Rename a class in Visual Studio. There is a shortcut for this that will fix this issue. Control R for rename, that's it. So if I Control R this. Nope. Mouse edit refactor rename. Control Shift R. Okay. Let's try again. I don't know. I mean, this is just Visual Studio, not Visual Studio Code, but I would assume that it... but this is only in one file, right? This replace. Doesn't do it throughout the entire project. There is a way to do this without messing up like all your code everywhere. That's probably because I don't have that one extension that it keeps bugging me about. Like C# something. Keeps bugging me to install it. C# dev kit, that might be it. Sure, let's restart that thing. Does that then give me the opportunity to do what I want to do? I mean, Copilot does give me some options, but not what I want. And I wouldn't trust Copilot to do that stuff for me, so we're just going to manually do this. There's only like a couple of places in the code that we references anyway, so it's fine. We can just find set card. Does it exist anywhere in here? No. We just update all that to card. I'm pretty sure that's effectively every single one of them. Okay, it's a little bit of a side tangent, all this. Okay, so there might be a little bit more going on there. The type inventory already contains definition for inventory screen. 623. Packed inventory, inventory screen. Yeah, that's the ID. 7 and 30. So that's then card scene. Yes, again, that is the ID. Is that we... Oh, I accidentally cut out that line. Is it because I changed the parameter type for drop? No. So what do you think about Godot? I'm actually quite liking it. I mean, I'm more so getting confused by my own code and how messy I set things up. So I want to kind of catch up with that and change some things around before we move into working on more stuff for this little fun game. But and I've only done this stuff in the 2D stuff. I haven't looked at any of the 3D stuff, so I don't know how that would hold up. The way like the nodes work, where you is a little bit confusing to me because like here for the grid value, right? We've got the grid container, we get node grid container, but this doesn't quite seem like an accurate description of what it does, because we're not getting the node here. We're getting the script on the node. So we're looking for a node with this name and then getting the script on that. But nodes themselves also are like other types of objects, other types of classes, from what I can gather. Or maybe not. I don't know, because when I make a script on this, right, and this is a rectangle texture. When I make a script on this, it inherits from rectangle texture, so it's going to be a child class from that. So that doesn't fully make sense to me, because you would assume then that after I make a new script that I can put on here, that I can just, instead of using a rectangle texture in the future, I can make a node of the type of the script that I just made. But that's not quite how that works. So the difference between like the nodes and the scripts seems really weird to me for the most part. And I'm still not quite wrapping my head around all that. So I'm not entirely sure like why that is necessarily a good idea to have it work that way. But I'm also not necessarily sure like what is actually causing issues in my code at the moment. So let's actually focus on that. Inventory already defines a member called ready with the same parameter. But what is the issue? Is it, do I have two inventory scripts or whatever? Because like it already defines like ready. Yeah, I know, but like what actually is the issue here? I tried to understand Godot multiple times, but I failed. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure whether or not I like the like node and script setup, because either nodes are something different from scripts, and then like functions like this don't fully make sense. But you can instantiate new nodes, like when I spawn stuff in, right? Which we have here somewhere in the draw inventory actually. When we spawn something in, we spawn like we instantiate card, which is a script that I made, as a scene to spawn, and we instantiate it as a card. Then we do something with it, and then we add that as a child to another node. So these also function as nodes. But once again, what I cannot do, and that is kind of the annoying part, what I cannot do now is go in here, add a node, and directly add a card. Like, it doesn't get added to the classes that exist in here. So then what I would need to do in order to do that is I would just need to like add an empty node and put my card script on it like this. But that doesn't quite like fully properly communicate how that works, I don't think. Like, at the risk of comparing this to Unreal Engine too much, because that's not necessarily the goal of all this. But when you make a new class in Unreal Engine and you then go to make a new blueprint, all of your like own made classes are potential parent classes that you can choose from and like inherit from, right? So you just get added to the whole list, and that is the one step that seems to be missing here. My own classes, which by all accounts I think should just be in this hierarchy, don't show up in this hierarchy. So I can't just make like a child of a node. Which leads me to believe that nodes are something different from scripts, but looking through all the code and everything that I've done so far, it seems like these nodes are just scripts that you can... They're effectively just the same. So that is what is confusing me the most. Like, why is that not an available thing that you can do? And to be fair, that might be partly to do with the fact that I'm using C# and maybe GD script does allow for that. But I'm not entirely sure. Now, I also, what the hell is going on here, right? Because we've got script inventory 7 issues. It seems like it thinks that I'm defining things twice. Because one node requires another node, and that needs another node. Yeah, okay, but that is... I think that just comes down to the fact that Unreal... because I'm assuming, again, I haven't done anything 3D, but I'm assuming that is like quite simple, simply the same as with this player, right? This player requires you to put in a 2D sprite and then a collision shape for it to function. I think that comes down to the fact that Unreal just has like more pre-built stuff for you to use. So you don't generally have to think about like a lot of basic stuff. You're one level higher up in the hierarchy. You're not thinking about things, how they're actually constructed most of the time, which is nice, and it makes the barrier to entry lower. So that is definitely a thing. Inventory also defines member, already contains definition for grid. Does it though? Does it? I don't know what the issue is here, but let's just cut everything out of here for a moment and see if it stops screaming at me. You're telling me that it's inaccessible due to its protection level, not due to the... That is actually a very good point, though. That is a good point, because it was a private function. Card does not contain definition for image. No accessible extension image, accepting the first argument of the type card. Okay, so... First and foremost, draw inventory probably will need to be public. And then what I think I need to do is I need to just close this and open it up again and see what script it opens up. Because Git repository was found. I don't really care right now. Couldn't create connection to the server. I don't care. I just want to fix this stuff up. So if I... Inventory screen. I'm just gonna call all these like inventory screen like 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever. Just to see if this fixes it or if it's going to have the same issue. That does fix it. Why does it think that it already has those definitions? I mean, that's not a fix, because I can't do that for process and ready, but... What the fuck? This is git fork TCG. Hold on. Git fork TCG Tycoon prefabs objects inventory. Scripts inventory. Why is this in... What the hell? Okay, hold on. This is in objects, and we have one in scripts too. So we just have the same script twice. I moved it, but instead of moving it, it duplicated it. I think that is what happened. So let's open up the one in scripts here. Which has all my updated stuff. So now that should fix that. Okay, it didn't make this one public yet. That's fair enough. Card does not contain definition for image. That is in set card details. It's very interesting because set card details are still called set card details. So that is card.image. Card doesn't... Oh, this is now called card resource. And that needs to take in a card resource, I think. And this is why I wanted to have the proper refactoring tools, because otherwise stuff breaks. The type of namespace set card details could not be found because that doesn't exist anymore. That's in inventory. So... Oh yeah, this just needs to be card now. Cannot convert card from to card resource. Well, yeah, somewhere. 3029. Oh, this needs to be card resource. I think. Yeah, because this is like card resources. No, but that can't be a card resource. Hold on. So this needs to be a card resource, and these just needs to be cards. Because then we have set card details, which is... Yes. Set card info, I mean, same thing. Okay. Cannot convert card to card resource, 26. And what script again? In inventory. Okay, so that is just... No, it needs to be the other way around. This also needs to be a card resource. Would have been quicker to just figure this out. Yes, okay. Okay. Good. So now we've got a chest with inventory on it, and that inventory has the inventory screen, card scene, and the card array. Fantastic. So we now have effectively an inventory component. And this is where I'm going to come back to. It would be really, really nice if we could just like have an inventory component where I can just now say, okay, I want to add something to this. I want to add an inventory component. I guess the way it wants you to do that, actually, now that I think about it, is probably just to make this as a like child scene. And then if we go into prefabs, objects, maybe we also make like components. And we save that in here, right? So now we can go into the player and just say, hey, I want to get a component, my inventory component, and put that on you here. And that just gives me an inventory component. Now, I think that is the way they probably intended to do this. which actually is kind of fair. Yeah, yeah, but it's still. I suppose if you do it this way, and you get used to this as your workflow, you're also not limited to just one script again, because you can combine a couple of these nodes with different scripts on them that interact, and then that's just all together like one component that you can just add as a whole thing. So that's actually kind of fair. Yeah, okay, fair enough. And now I think I can also go in here and give these their default values, which is kind of nice. So chest inventory screen is this, and then we've got the card scene, which is this, and then I guess the cards array. So this is a thing that I want to also check out, is how do I limit the amount of items in an array? Because I'm fairly certain that I can just say, hey, if I just say like 5 in there or something, that's not how that works. Never mind. I thought you could do that, but that might be not a C# thing. I don't know. Anyway, so now that I have this, if I save this, right, and I go back into my chest, it now has those default values in there. And then the player also has those values in there. Okay, so we're starting to get somewhere. Control-Shift-S is not save all. That is bullshit. Save all scenes. Control-Shift-Alt-S. Okay. Sure. Let's see if everything still works, first and foremost. What was my interaction key? I think it was space. Enter? Was it enter? Might have been enter. I don't know. Debugger immediately has some troubles. So let's take a look at that. Cannot instantiate script that is associated with the class not found. Scripts/card.cs. Okay. Can you take me to the object that had that issue? Cannot instance scripts because the associated class could not be found. Make sure the script exists and contains a class definition with a name that matches the... Okay, yeah, that actually is probably good to do anyway. So, set card details needs to be called just card. And card, we need to rename to card resource first. And then we can remove this too, and that should immediately reflect here as well, hopefully. Yes. That makes sense. There's also immediately another issue. Cannot open file, set card details. I'm gonna go ahead and guess that we just need to rebuild in order for that to work. Nope, there is another issue. So now it's trying to read a file that no longer exists. So renaming classes breaks stuff pretty badly, which, to be fair, comparing this to Unreal, Unreal also breaks your classes like really badly when you rename it. So that's not like a Godot thing. Well, it is a Godot thing, but I can't really blame it for that. I'm just going to let's see, I've got Godot open right there. Cool. Console. No, that's not what I want. That's not what I want. That's the GD script version. I want to have this one. If I just reopen it, does it like import all the files correctly with their new proper names? There's every chance that that will probably fix my stuff. It has load errors. It has none. So maybe. Who knows? Maybe that just fixes my stuff. I hope so. Okay, it seems to probably have fixed my stuff. Or maybe not. But maybe my interaction key is just broken. Okay, debugger. We've got 2 errors here. Node not found. Item grid relative to root node player inventory. So we've got player inventory. And we've also got the same issue in the chest inventory. So something here is trying to use item grid. And it should probably be using it on the chest inventory screen, right? That has an item grid. So I don't know what the hell you're talking about. Am I trying to find it on the wrong... I'm probably trying to find it on the wrong thing. This is the chest inventory scene. What container, like what chest inventory? Okay. This class doesn't need to exist anymore. Let's just remove this. Remove them anyway. Prefabs object chest inventory. Okay, oh, that's the issue maybe, because this was using... Does this even need to do anything then? Hold on. I get it. The inventory itself is trying to get the item grid from get node, but it should be trying to get node from inventory screen. Right, this will now be able to get me the grid. Maybe that works that way. You don't need to rebuild when you make a small adjustment like that, but it fucking showed me an error, so... Okay, so that's not how that works at all. Sure, fucking hell. Okay, different ID. Instead of doing that, we do make an inventory screen, which is going to be a new class because we literally just removed that one. So fuck me, I guess. Yeah, so just remove this script, make a new one. This will be our inventory screen. Inherit from, I don't really give a shit, to be honest with you. And this one will have the grid on it. So we'll make that public. We can make a get aside for that as well if we need to actually. But and this will be able to get node item grid. So then instead of using the grid, what we want to use is the inventory screen dot grid. Again, I'm packed scene does not. Okay, that is because yeah, okay. That makes sense. So we need to cast that first. So we can just do it in the draw inventory itself. Inventory screen. That's a very good question because this only. So we need to do this first anyway. So this will be inventory screen to add. And we just add child that, I think. Then when we have that, we can get a grid from that and then add to that grid our new, let's call this I'm still really annoyed that like Control Shift R doesn't really seem to do much. Because I want to rename this. I'm going to look this up again. VS Code rename variable. Press F2. Yeah, but that doesn't do shit. Control F2. Oh, now it's got everything selected. I think I can just say now card to spawn. That's a lot better. Yeah, okay. So this might fix it. This first hour or so is just refactoring, honestly, at this point, which is, I mean, it still doesn't fucking work, does it? At least it's not giving me any errors anymore, so I don't know if that's a good thing. But it certainly is a thing. Still has a reference to the player, so at least it's doing that properly. It is looking out for, maybe I'm just pressing the wrong button. Let's go into project settings. I think we are in like input mapping, enter. No, it's definitely the right button. That's not equal to 40, that makes sense. Inventory, draw inventory. I need to fix up my Visual Studio because not being able to like move around to like different definitions and stuff is actually annoying. At this point, I might as well be coding in CodePad, right? Or Notepad, CodePad. I'm sure there is actually a like code editor that's called CodePad, and if not, somebody should make it because that's a great name. So draw inventory will. Yeah, that should. Let's actually ID. I've got an ID because we should be able to see if we have like I think this is remote local. It's remote's the thing that I want. I think. So yeah, now if we add something to that, it should show me that at least like it's instantiating nodes. Maybe it's local that I'm looking for. Nah, it's definitely remote. So this inventory, it does not have those aspect ratio containers, all of which don't. Oh, I'm a bit of an idiot. This chest doesn't contain any cards. Okay, but that is still okay. Okay. But now we get to the thing where this chest, all fine and good, right? It's like a prefab. We can open up this scene. We can go to the inventory. But now, how can I like expose specifically this card value? Do I need to make on the chest itself also an array for the cards so that it can then populate the inventory component? Because I'm not gonna lie, if that's the case, that is kinda dumb. I suppose I can just... What if I make the... inventory a exported value? Does that then show me all the exported values? Yeah, no it doesn't. Of course it doesn't. Of course it fucking doesn't. Because it gets populated on begin play or on ready or whatever. So that doesn't actually help. I mean, you're not fucking telling me that the way that I'm supposed to do this is to also have this on here and then say after like inventory.cards is equal to cards? This will work. What the fuck are you on about? Inventory does not exist in current context. What about this fucking line over here? What about this line over here? I mean, we can put in like if inventory cast length is greater than 0. Wait, actually, we just want to check whether or not inventory is... It's the same name, right? Yeah. What? 15 to 40... What the hell even are you on about? This thing doesn't even have 47 lines. The fuck is your issue? I mean, like, that is a problem. Don't know how that ended up there. That might have actually been... that's probably actually the issue. Hold on. The fact that that was there was probably the issue to begin with. No. No, it was not. How about now? Oh my god. Oh, fuck me. Okay. I removed that. That's the issue. I removed that. I made it an exported variable and then I removed it. But it was still supposed to be a variable. Okay, so now we've got like the cards on here, right? So I can add a card. Somewhere in here I have like in my resources I have a test card. So let's add one of those. And then just add like 4 of those. I would really appreciate it if you could just copy paste these values like this. You can, maybe? It kind of breaks when you try to do that. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not going to say that I hate Godot, but little things like that where it's like just user experience things. Like Unreal has this whole thing where you can like shift right click and then like control right click, I think, to copy paste values pretty much anywhere in the engine, right? And it'll just, whether it's a float or a vector or like an entire transform, that's just really nice to use. And the fact that comparatively it's being bitchy about me copy pasting just like a value like this is a little annoying. And then when I Control C, Control V, it just pretends like the entire array disappears, which also is not great. Anyway, let's test if we can still. So that's not a good sign. At the moment what I'm making is a headache. Mostly. Script inherits from native type texture, so can't be assigned to an object type. The fuck are you talking about? Card.cs. I know. I am aware. That's why it has it called resource. As a variable. You know, what I'm making is supposed to be like a tycoon type game. But I'm first trying to fix up my terrible code from last week, which I thought was going to be like a 10-minute thing, but now I keep running into issues, so oh no, man. Well, we can just keep going anyway. Let's see if that... Yeah, that doesn't really... Instance create. Draw inventory. Oh, I was just trying to highlight it. Inventory draw no object reference not set to instance of an object. Does that 4 times. So is the issue might actually be that Yeah, I think this is the issue. This needs to just be updated to, hey, say you should be using God resource. Can you not drag and drop this? The actual fuck. Oh, we double click it and then we maybe can? Oh, in the scripts. Cool, then we have card, name, and this is a card, and the image, yes, okay. We're getting somewhere, we're getting somewhere. I will say that like refactoring through this, it is slightly frustrating at the moment, but I do think it's going to help me create a better understanding of the engine as a whole. So yeah, that seems to have fixed it, and that still is having issues spawning in my inventory screen. Why? So draw inventory, no object reference. So what I'm assuming is still being an issue is when I go to this chest, the chest has 4 cards in it. But that's only, yeah. So when I go, the chest has 4 cards in it, the inventory does not. But it's still getting called 4 times, so that's weird. Okay, remind me, this was an issue on inventory.draw inventory. No reference exception? Yeah, okay, but what line? 33, is that not just the... Okay, 33. Card to spawn. Yeah, okay, so it's trying to set card info on the card in the array, but the array... That makes sense, because the array doesn't have anything in it. So this thing that I didn't think would work fairly well doesn't work at all. I'm going to Google this real quick, because this seems like there should be a solution for this. Godot export values from, I'm just going to say prefab, to parents object in scene. I don't even know how to... Access and export variables of a parent node from a child node. No, I want it the other way around. Godot exported values from child nodes. Counterpoint, I have scenes with child nodes that have a ton of exported variables. Exposing all of them to the root would be unmanageable. Yes, I understand that. But not having them exposed at all in a way where when you instance them means that you just can't access stuff. That means that exporting is fucking useless. So you go fuck yourself with your counterpoint. Thank you very much. I think this proposal might be interesting as synthetic should a limited amount of useless setters that I really need the values too, but please, the idea of exporting everything manually to the root is not good. This sounds much better. Okay, this is just... Is it possible to export vars up the change from scripts? That is what I need to know. Because if it is not, I am just literally going to close the engine right now. Because that is bullshit. I'm sure that it is possible. I'm sure that there's a way to do it that I'm going to find out. But if it is not, that makes this just like... I'm trying to work with this, okay? You can use the keyword setGet to add a setter to your exported variable on the parent node. Yeah, but I don't know if that's necessarily the way to do it. Like, just allow me to... Exposing variables of children in the parent node. There's more people running into this issue. And these posts are like 2-3 years old, and I'm not really seeing any solutions so far. It would be a bit of effort, but you could override get property list get. I'm not looking to fucking rewrite your engine, for fuck's sake. I mean, I know that that's a little bit over the top saying it like that, but you can easily forward them within the setter. So we export for child property, set value, child property is value if child. Okay, so the ID then would be remember in the editor that you can right click select editable children. Okay, that is like, why is everybody being so overly complicated about it if that is a possibility? Like editable children. Do we have that somewhere in here? People, what the fuck even are we talking about? Like, why would you not just do this? I understand why. Let me clarify. This is not an issue with Godot. This is an issue with the people on Reddit. Which is fair, because Reddit, right? I understand why, when you instantiate like a scene in here, why it is nice to just have it as a one node. And not have this entire like fucking node tree beneath it. Why did it take me like 4 Reddit posts to find this solution instead of people saying, yeah, you should do it XYZ way, or you can like forward those values? Like, yeah, you can do that, or you can just fucking editable children, and I can access my inventory this way. There you go. It's not that difficult, is it? I feel like I'm in a little bit of a bitchy mood today. It's because people are being real annoying on Reddit. I'm gonna blame that. But that should now finally then work, right? It's debugging me. Okay, so what exactly is the problem here now? Because that definitely... Draw inventory. Oh, the draw inventory. Okay, inventory itself is not being set to a proper value. That's probably what's happening. So inventory get node on the chest. Like log... let's see. If inventory is null, let's check that out. inventory is not null. Right, because if we put in a else, inventory is not null. Shouldn't need to build in order for that new code to come through. Oh! I disabled messages here. Inventory is not null, so it actually has the inventory value here, so that's not the issue. So if we try to interact with this, interact with chest, card name, card. Sure. But then what is the thing that is... This is not a solution, I want you to know. Yeah, so it's not the inventory component or the inventory script itself that is causing this error. It is the thing inside, because we're checking whether or not inventory is null, and I hope to God that this doesn't just return some weird-ass not null value when it fails. That would be horrible. So in the inventory itself, in draw inventory, we have... it might be this. Inventory screen to add. Okay, let's take a look at the inventory component. It's the inventory screen. No, that does have... But does that have the proper... Hold on. Does that have the... This is the chest inventory scene. What script is on that? That is the inventory screen script. So if we... No, but that should work. And it is instancing them actually, so that's... log if inv screen is null or not. Let's see. I wish I could just say always spawn spawn the window up here. I probably can in some way. Okay, aspect ratio container. Yeah, so inventory screen to add has a value. Card name, card. Okay, so actually, it probably is something to do with the cards array, because it's only running this once, because it's only spawning in one card. So if we go in here, and we go into the inventory, and we check out the inventory, has 3 cards in it. Is something in the card itself an issue? It surely can't be, because this is just 2 strings and an image. At least once we have this my code will make sense. So that's motivational. Yeah, let's take a look at this one more time. Because we're going to be adding something to this in the hierarchy, right? When we spawn in the... No, we don't anymore. No, we do. Item grid with nothing in it. So it is when it's adding the cards where it runs into an issue, and I don't know why. So if we just take out that code real quick and we restart this, that should then also stop erroring us out, I think. Yes, that stops erroring us out. So it is to do with this code. So now let's take a look at this. We have card name. There's a card in... maybe that is... No, that's not the issue. Is card seen in our inventory component? Hold on. In our inventory component, we have the inventory screen. We're also supposed to have the card scene and the cards array, right? So we have on our inventory, we have got the inventory screen. And why do we have nothing else? Oh, card scene, we do, and cards. So let's take a look at the card scene. Maybe something got fucked up in there. Oh, it might have. It might have. There we are. Card scene. None of this actually has a script on it. None of this has a script on it. That's probably an issue, isn't it? How do we add a pre-existing script onto this though? Can we just say, hey, card on that please? I think we can. Because that then sets all this stuff. Okay, so that probably was the issue. The fact that we removed or changed a script and that got removed or something. I don't know. Let's... it's adding, okay. Good stuff. It's at least adding the right amount of cards. So it's properly running the code now. It's just not displaying anything. So let's see. 3 cards, yes. But it's just not setting the card value. So that makes sense. Why it's not displaying. Why is it not setting the card value though? So when it adds these things in, we set a card to spawn, cards instantiate as card, and the card to spawn we set the card info. Set card info, we take in a card resource, and we're then supposed to get all this stuff. And set the proper values for it. But our guard value doesn't get set to begin with. Which, to be fair, we probably also should be, if nothing else, for testing purposes, we also should just be setting... Oh, that might be why. That might be why. To be fair, I probably should just be doing it everywhere here, marking things as members. So let's just real quick... hold on, no. Let's... Control F2, right? Yes. Is it just F2? No, it's specifically Control F2. We'll worry about that later, actually. For now, I just want to make sure that... so yeah, I was probably trying to grab it from the member instead of the parameter here. Set a real project, okay. Name M does not exist. There you go. I'll just go over that manually in a moment. They're all small scripts anyway, so that's probably fine. Okay. Still doesn't seem like it's doing it. M card is empty. Which actually makes sense. No, that does not make sense. Because with set card info, this should be getting set to a resource. Based on this array. So why isn't it? I like log the card name or something like that. So card name is card.name. Eventually we're going to get some progress. We've got a few hours. Card name is just card. Cool. That's probably not very descriptive. So let's take a look at our cards. This one. Test card. Does that then test card. So it is getting that info. Is getting that info. It's also printing this in two different places. I don't know. I really kind of feel like just blaming Godot for this, because this seems like it should work. But also, yeah, this also does everything properly. So it's the card to spawn instantiate, but those also do instantiate properly. So where does this fuck up? Like what in this entire process is the thing? Like it's not even giving me null references anymore. So we still have like this card. It's test card. This is a card. It even has this image. Oh, hold on. Is that why I had this line of code there? Is that related? That might be related. No. Okay, so it is setting everything properly. It's just not displaying anything. Which could also very well mean... Okay, we're going to try one thing again. But this is, I think, the exact issue that we had the last time. Some of this got a little out of whack as well, I believe. Not ideal. It might just be because of this. It might just be setting it to a value like a size of 0 again. Yeah, so it's adding the cards now again at a big... So we're back to this issue, for fuck's sake. Okay, ignore size. Custom minimum size. That's what that was about, right? So was it because of... If we set these both to 0, I think 0 is supposed to just be a value of don't use these. So yeah, the question becomes, are they spawned in somewhere and I just can't see them now? Like, do they have a weird location? Is it a weird scale thing? Like, what is going... I can probably actually just check in here, right? Yeah, so the size is at 100 by 1404 and the positions all make sense. Size for the item grid also makes sense. How did this... Okay, this is the weird thing, right? Is how did this part of the code get messed up? Because it's not even the code. This is just settings like in these menus that I did at the end of the last stream. So how did that get fucked up? Did I set it to ignore size and does it need to be like fit width or something like that? Fit width proportional? Let's try that. Yeah, no. Back to this issue. Yeah, this definitely should be ignored because we want to be able to like set this. Ah, and that's the minimum size, right? So we can actually like make it bigger. So, alright, let's set this to 10 times the size. Let's set this to 1000 by 1400. Just to make sure that they're like absolutely humongous. That does add them. 200 by 280. And they're nowhere. If anybody would like to explain to me how that makes sense, I am all ears. Because I'm telling you, it doesn't. Just when they're large enough, they show up, and when they're below a certain size, they just don't fucking show up. Is that what's going on here? Because definitely seems to be the trend that we're heading toward. So there's like 1080 then, something like that, right? Oh, well, actually, to be... No. So now, again, we're going to set this to 1000 and 1400. This is what was at a moment ago. Are they going to show up again? Or is it just... How? Why? The actual fuck. I don't know how that makes sense. Gonna give it the benefit of the doubt here, and I'm gonna restart the engine real quick. What even... What have I not saved? Enlighten me. Oh, it's these two. These two. Yeah, I don't care. Don't save. That's fine. They don't exist anymore. Let's just restart the project real quick and see if it's just a weird engine bug. Which would be a good thing in this case if it is. Like, it's still a wacky ass bug, but it would be... At least it would be just a wacky ass bug. And nope, 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 nope. Okay, let me just like pull back the camera on this thing like a lot and see if I can find them. So I'm just going to put the zoom back to 1:1, so everything is going to be fucking tiny on screen. They spawn all the way the fuck down there. Okay, so they do spawn. But they just are anchored weird is what I'm guessing. So... okay, let's look into that. So I'm guessing what's happening is that we should be anchoring this to the middle. And outlining it to the middle as well. Let's take a look. So why does it spawn all the way down there? That is my question. Because what that seems like is like this is the top left corner of the screen, and it's spawning them in the bottom right corner of the item grid. But I don't think that's how the item grid works, so probably not actually. So let's make this like screen filling. But either way, this needs to actually be parented to the player, because it's a UI element that's going to overlay everything else anyway. So maybe I'm just looking into something that doesn't actually end up mattering. It spawns them in a more logical place now, I guess. So let's just take a look into... This always needs to spawn on top of the player. As a child of the player. Like, wherever the player is, this needs to be centered anyway. Is there a way to just say, hey, render this on top, actually, instead of... okay. Godot spawn UI screen. Something like that. Godot instance nodes in screen space. Like, surely... Does it really expect... I'm trying to make a UI component. Yeah, something like that. So this this thing that it's putting in those cards, right? And maybe I'm just missing something UI related. But the thing that's spawning in these cards, this is supposed to be a UI thing. And I'm looking at this, and the way that I've been doing this so far is just spawning these things into the world as a child of, in this case, the chest, but preferably the player. But what I'm thinking is, surely there is a way to spawn something as specifically a UI thing that just gets drawn on top of the screen. Instead of instantiating it as like a object inside of the world. Canvas layer. Okay, and the canvas layer will always just draw on top of, like, the camera view. So if I go into my inventory chest, I've got this thing right here. We'll worry about this in a moment. If I change this, which we can do, right, change type. If I go canvas layer, a node used for independent rendering for object within 2D scenes. That's not promising as to what I want to do with it, but let's take a look. But maybe this will at least always render on top, which would be nice. Now, okay, we do need to then probably go into here, and the inventory screen needs to be canvas layer as its parent, because otherwise I'm assuming that this is not going to work. Let's just see what that does. Okay, so that does exactly what I wanted to do. Thank you so much. That is... okay. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, that is... I'll tell you, like, that is a headache and a half just fixed. Great. That takes so much of my headache away. Now, if we set this back to the camera view that I actually want, that's just going to work, right? And the cards are still going to maintain their original scale. This also solves such an issue that I had with scaling. We spent like an hour and a half last week trying to figure out what the hell was up with the scaling of the cards. And now they actually scale in screen space instead of world space. This is huge. This is so good. This is so good. Okay, so let's go back into our card scene, because this can now be like a lot bigger, right? So we can make this... Let's make them twice as large. Yes. Yes, 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 yes. Let's actually make them like even a tad bit larger, I would say. So if we just make this like 300, what would that then be? 280 plus 140 is 420? It's gotta be the number that we go with, right? 420? Yes. Perfect. Now, just... and we'll probably fine tune that at some point anyway. Just now that we're doing this anyway, we have our chest inventory scene. Can I, like the item grid, can I then just like put it, like, do I have like padding here? Anchor preset stop left, transform. Can I just say, hey, I want you to be like 100 units to there and 100 units to there? That's the size. That's, well, that's going to get updated anyway. I wanted to, like, the position is like 100 by 100. Well, that probably needs to be a little bit more than, like, 250 by 250. That's maybe a bit too much. Yeah, that's probably too much. Did I accidentally type 10 by 10 or something? Yeah, this seems pretty good. And this then, okay, that's great. So let's, assuming this is 1920, so that's going to be 1720 in width, and then 1080, so that should be 880 in height. Now it should also spawn them perfectly like that. Okay, so next question is what happens when this thing has way more cards than it can fit in one of those grids. So let's add a bunch of elements. Again, can I just copy paste these, please? Surely there's a way to copy paste these. Maybe not. And there it did actually set... I don't fucking know how to do this. At this point I'm convinced that I am just missing something about setting these values in a more... easy way. Because there's no way that the only way to do this is to like drag these in one by one, right? Surely there's a better way to do this. Global class your card. Where? What do you mean? I mean, I'm just going to be dragging them in for now, but this is still good information to have. Because, just for testing purposes, these are all going to be the same, but eventually, the idea, of course, would be that these are not all going to be the same. So if I go into my inventory component here, like, is there a like global? No, that's definitely not what I want. So you say global class? Oh, hold on. That's probably something that I then need to put in the class. It's okay. It would need to be in the card resource then, right? So do I mark that here as global class, something like that? In the card scene, root node is tied to scripts. You can global class the card resource, not the array. Okay, but what does that do is more than my question. So if I add another one, like, how does that? Oh, hold on. Does that then allow me to now, when I create new resource card resource? I don't think I was able to do that before. That's what that does? Okay, that's real cool. Frankly, don't exactly know why that is not like default behavior. Like specifically for resources. If you make a custom resource, assumedly you would like to have this always. But there might be something I'm missing there, to be fair. But that is real cool. So I can now also like very easily say, hey, make a new resource. And then it makes me a new... Like, where does that actually... Doesn't actually then make me a resource, but it just like creates a like local one here. Still cool. That's still cool. Oh yeah, do try to use Godot collections array, else it might be funky if you try to save load states. It does have its own array solution as well. So instead of like card resource, what it wants me to do, I'm just gonna Google this real quick. Godot collections array. C# collections. Okay, so that's a template thing. So Godot collections dot array, and then this will be the type, and we don't need those brackets anymore, assumedly. And this, if I update this, will that wipe all my stuff? No, but now, okay, so that's just so that Godot doesn't freak out. Nothing is quick in Godot, all task flows are slow. That's kind of what I'm figuring out, and I'm having fun. Even when I get frustrated, I'm having fun because I'm learning. But I'm also like running into a lot of things where I'm like, why does it work like this? Like, how is this user friendly? Anyway, okay, so we've now got like 13 cards in the inventory. With about 13 cards in the inventory, it just goes off screen. It doesn't, I didn't think it would automatically like add in scrolling functionality or whatever. But that might just be because I'm using the wrong kind of... So let's add a child node and just see in like all the control stuff. Do we have like a something that can scroll? Menu border creates a horizontal menu. That's not really it. Separator, that's quite useful. Progress bar also quite useful. Spin box is nice to have. Container has a grid container. Scroll container. Container is used to provide scroll bars with child control when needed. So that's probably what I'm looking for instead. Scroll container intended to work with a single child control H box. So if I then put my item grid in there, that allows that container to then be scrollable. So now I open this up and immediately get errors. Node not found item grid. Okay, so it's not finding the item grid now because it's inside of the scroll container. So it can only find nodes that is directly the parent. Like if it is, I mean that's fine. It's a little weird, but that's fine. So let's say we have our scroll, probably with a capital S actually. Scroll container. We'll set that to get node scroll container. And do we then scroll container dot? We can't get node off of that, right? Can we? Then grid container. Is that how we do it? I guess we're gonna find out. No, that still has the same issue. Oh, node not found grid container. Yeah, that's because it's called item grid. That's fair. Was that the issue that I had a moment ago as well then? Might have been. It's tiny! But it lets me scroll. And it automatically has built-in scrolling in 2 directions, which also works with left wheel mouse, mouse wheel left and right, and like scrolling with shift and stuff. So that's actually really, really cool. But what the fucking hell's up with this? It probably just needs to be like made bigger, right? So we just make it big like this. It's not particularly well centered, I'm aware. That then gives me the ability to scroll. Okay, that's really quite cool. Why the hell it's only... Oh, it's doing only 3 columns. Because I have the item grid set to only 3 columns. But I can set that to 6 quite easily. Okay, maybe I set that to 5 and then make them slightly bigger. This is fine-tuning, troubleshooting. It doesn't really actually matter that much, I don't think. But let's increase the size for these like a little bit more. And then all this is going to have to be fixed up as well. Oh, no, only this one. Which actually doesn't matter because this is the thing getting scaled anyway, so it's fine. And it probably needs to be like a little bit of padding between all of them as well. I think they might just be getting added as the minimum size. But let's take a look at if I can add in some padding between all of them. So if we have like I guess a way to do that maybe would be to add in one of those separating things that we just saw a moment ago. What did they call that again? Separator, vertical separator. Like, do I add that in here maybe? If we add that back there and then we move this like over here, for instance. Will that then separate them out? No, it will not. So how does that work? Separator. Well, Godot docs have literally nothing on this, so Godot vertical separator. There we go, found the page. A vertical separator is used to separating other controls that are arranged horizontally. V separator is purely visual and normally drawn as style line box. Okay, I'm not going to worry about that too much for now because we've already wasted enough time here. So for the most part, we are pretty much good on the inventory screen display now, which I think means that what we should be doing now is maybe look into making this interactable then. So yeah, I think that's what we want to do. Okay, I also want to make a thing for projects. Add new action, open inventory. Can we filter on keyboard keys? I always hate that. If you just want a letter key, finding that in these kind of lists is always a pain. Anyway, going back to the player. Let me actually close the window. It's raining. I hadn't noticed it until now. Holy fuck. Oh my god, it's like actually fucking wet as hell. Well, that's what water will do to you. Okay, so then now the question becomes, I suppose what we want to do is we want to put that on the player script, right? So we want to just... we have physics process. I guess we also want a normal... public override voids normal process double delta. If key is down, as just pressed, I mean, we call it open inventory, I think. Open inventory. then what we do is I need to start commenting this stuff better. Inventory. And now we do need a ready function, so public override void ready. And there we go. We do inventory, draw inventory. So inside the player, let's add in like a handful of, just like 3 of them. Again, just testing whether or not this works. Still thinking that there should be a better way of doing this. Oh, hold on, maybe with shift clicking? If I quick load, it doesn't have any matches. If that works. Well, I've got 3 cards in there now, so that's all that matters. So opening my inventory does that, and then I guess we also need a destroy inventory. Now that I think about it, well, destroy inventory wouldn't be a good name for it actually. So public void hide inventory. It does destroy the object, admittedly. So this needs to be a member. And that needs to have the proper scope. Inventory screen dot add Q3. Does that destroy it? Or whatever. Godot destroy node. It's Q3. Okay, yeah, cool. So now we just check in our player movement, which is just player at this point. If our inventory dot this thing we hide inventory, and otherwise we draw inventory. This can be condensed into a function, I know, but can we now toggle the inventory is the question. Failed to build project. Missing a semicolon somewhere. There we go. Failed to build project. Still inaccessible due to protection. Inventory screen to add is oh, okay, yeah, we can just what's the thing for that again? Godot C# get set. I guess we only need a getter for this actually. We can just return this. That's how you do that, right? And we don't need to have a setter for this. So this should now make that accessible without making it public. I still... I'll just make this a little bit more readable. And exactly that is why, because... There we go. That was probably the issue. Semicolon after method or accessor block is not valid. It's supposed to be there. So that didn't do shit. You know what? I don't give a damn. I understand that it is technically like better to do it that way, but if this is going to be difficult, I'm just not going to bother with it. We'll just Copilot get sets. Like, surely that does not work, right? It's inaccessible due to its protection still. I need to look into this at some other time. For now, we're just gonna fucking make it public and you'll deal with that, and I don't care. Cannot implicitly... Does this not work? In C#? Really? Okay. I was sure that that would work, but... Okay. Cannot access disposed object. Okay, so I thought I was being clever there. We'll just make this a bool. So bool is inventory open. You know, if you're going to do that, you do need to give these fucking things values. So this should be set inventory open to false, and this should set it to true. That is right. And that's exactly the reason that I wanted to do it based on the object. But it apparently does not like doing that. So now we can open and close our own inventory very, very easily. I guess we also should... do this on the chest. If we're gonna do this on different inventories, it feels like we should have yeah, hold on. It feels like this should be on the inventory then. So we have hide and draw inventory. This should instead be a public void toggle inventory. And then the inventory itself should have a bool is inventory open. And we can just copy paste this out of there. I think there was one indent too much. There we go. So now, instead of doing all that, we just move this to toggle inventory, and then these two can actually become private functions. So we don't need to access those anymore. This code can also go fuck itself from anything else. So our chest now also is going to change from draw inventory to toggle inventory. So that way we should be able to we just run this on the thing itself now. And we change these to member variables. There we go. Just a little bit of copy pasting screws you up, man. So I can open my inventory. I probably should be not allowed to move when the inventory is open, but and now this can also toggle on and off. So that is fantastic. Cool. Okay. That took 2 hours. Let's, now that we have that, we can either do a little bit of art just to spice things up a little bit, do something different. Because the player character does eventually like need his sprite, right? Or we can focus on making the inventory interactable. And I feel like we probably should do the latter. If I'm being 100% real with you. So let's do that. I'm not going to do a particularly complex inventory system where you can like drag and drop things around. I'm just going to be like, when you click on a thing in one inventory, it's just going to move it to the other inventory. And that's going to be all there is to it. Because that seems like that's complex enough as is. So, yeah, let's take a look at that, because right now we have the chest inventory scene, which probably should be renamed something like basic inventory scene or something. I don't really care what we call it. We'll rename that later. Okay, first things first, I want to figure out if I can say, hey, my card scene that I have right here, does it like have a like on clicked or something like that? Or do I need like a button for that or something along those lines? Like, do we have a UI button that can just like panel? Maybe it's still good to have. Tab bar, I don't think that's what I want. Label, just plain text. Interesting. Item list, no. Range. Container text edits. Let's just look this up. Godot UI elements on clicked. I don't know. How to detect mouse clicks in a UI element. Detecting clicks is an event. It isn't related to a specific object, so what you need to do is to check if the mouse is over an object when clicked. That would be clicking on the object. I mean, that's fair. Found that I actually do the same thing with a much simpler solution in texture signal UI input. How do I detect click outside of the elements? Godot detect click on elements. The collision to a D object, definitely not what I want. It's all collision shape based. Surely I don't need to add collision to my UI elements, right? That would be... That would be fucking insane. Let's just take a closer look at our code. In our process, input, actually input dots, just okay. Mouse. Is it just a normal... No, but with a mouse you need to be able to get the coordinates out of it as well. How to detect if clicked objects while detecting background? Okay, so we have some like input event stuff. So if I like input even, I need to just check the Godot docs. Input event. Input examples. This is probably a good read to go through on the screen. Yeah, okay, C#. So we've got public override void input, input event events. If is action pressed jump. So this, okay, let's just read this. Sometimes you want your game to respond to a certain input event, pressing jump, for example. For other situations, you might want something to happen as long as a key is pressed. So what I'm doing, stuffing all that into the tick is not necessary. That's good to know, because I already felt like that might be a little bit In this case, you can use the inputs function. Oh, but that's to do with this, right? So funct inputs. Oh, but that is the input event. Which will be called whenever an input event occurs. Second case, Godot provides input singleton. Okay, so that is this. Cool. So that makes more sense for, like, for movement. We still just gonna do this because, again, we're doing this to learn anyway, right? So instead of doing this as a open inventory, what we can do is what was it? Public override something. Public override void inputs. Public override void input events. It just says inputs. I'm gonna go with the docs on this one. And then the thing here would be a input event. Are we sure that this is C sharp? Yeah, it's C sharp, okay. Add event. And then we check if add event input, okay. That's not like a symbol or anything, that's just part of the name. I don't like that. So if event.action is pressed, is action pressed? Oh, hold on, it's there. Open inventory, then we toggle inventory. So now this is in the input event. So this can then just hold all of our... So we don't need the normal process anymore for that either. So now we should still be able to... Yeah, we'll look into that again in a moment. It's a bunch of issues. Holy hell. What the hell happened there? First and foremost, that is mistyped. So that might be a significant part of the issue. In C sharp it should be underscore input. Oh, is this the issue? Like the add symbol here surely is just the name, right? That's not actually relevant. I'm gonna just do that first to see. Still did miss a semicolon somewhere. What the fuck even? Oh, that's just, yeah. That's a thing that I started to write and then never finished. So that's fair. We'll look into the mouse input in a moment. Just... oh, this is still... that right? Yes. That is right. Is action just press is not accessible. A method is action just press except an argument for input events. I'm fairly certain that I literally just have the same code with a different string now, right? Is action pressed? Okay. I didn't. Congratulations, now the game doesn't run. Oh, never mind. Okay, so that still does work now. That is probably a better way of doing it. So we probably also just copy this over real quick into the chest, because that's now doing this on process, which I don't think is ideal. So we then check if distance is less than 40 as well as that. Then we do toggle inventory, so we can get rid of this. Okay, let's actually do this a slightly different way. There we go. Put it on one line. So then we don't need process for this entire thing either. So now this just a little bit neater. This is not at all what I was looking up. Not even like close, but oh, and it doesn't work anyway. It's because I'm using the wrong key. This should be on the chest, should be interact. And then we'll look into how to do the mouse input stuff, because that is the thing that I actually care about. Okay, so that works now. Cool. Going back to this, I want to check out the mouse input stuff, because that's the actual relevant shit going on. Okay, so input events are objects that inherit from input events. Depending on the event type, the object will contain specific properties related to that event. You see what events look like. Add a node and attach the following scripts. Sure. As you press the key, move the mouse and perform other inputs. You'll see each event scroll by in the outputs. Okay, so we can do... From that event, we can get the mouse. And presumably the mouse, mouse button left. Okay, I care about input event mouse. So let's open that in a new tab and just keep on going here. So if event is mouse button down, input event mouse button down, mouse event. Mouse button event at mouse event dot position. Okay. Do I really, every time like I click on something, do I need to check on every card whether or not it is in the same like coordinates as this card, because surely that can't be what you need to do. That's one of those things like, why do you use an engine? To not have to write that kind of bullshit yourself. So surely there's a way to just say, hey, UI element, when I click on you, it runs this function. I don't think this is the way that we should be going about doing this. So let's go back to user interface real quick. UI building blocks. Keyboard controller, navigation and focus. That sounds interesting. I know how anchoring works more or less, so that's not the issue. Using containers. I'm just going to Control F mouse. Cool. Keyboard control, navigation, focus. Okay. It is a common requirement for a user interface to have full keyboard controller support for navigation interaction. There's two main reasons why this might be beneficial for projects. Improved accessibility. Not everyone can use a mouse or touch controls for interactions. Appreciate that. Great. Maybe first tell me how to set up those as well. And getting your project ready for consoles, don't care about that. Navigating between UI elements with keyboard and controller is done by changing which node is actively selected. Okay. The mode setting defines all means that a node can be focused by clicking on it with a mouse. Or selecting it with a... Okay. Maybe there's a thing that we can do. Click means it can only be focused by clicking on it. Finally, none means... Okay, hold on. We might be able to do something here. So if we go down to the control... like mouse filter. Controls whether the control will be able to receive mouse button input events through GUI input. And pass means that it passes it through, right? Stop will the control will receive mouse events if clicked on GUI input. The controller will receive mouse entered and mouse exit. That's neat. These events are automatically marked as handled. Pass will control receive mouse movement input events as the mouse button input events if clicked through GUI input. Okay, so the idea then is that I can just say, hey, GUI inputs, right? Assumedly that is really kind of annoying sometimes that it displays those things in Godot script for the explanations. But we've got the documentation, and documentation for Godot actually seems to be pretty good, so can't complain about that. Okay, so public override void underscore GUI input. I don't know why it does the underscore thing. Public void override underscore GUI input. There we go. So now when I click on something, if event is left button down, okay, so probably want to put that in there as well. So if event is mouse button, okay. All comes down to how you structure things. If a card is clicked, you can have it emit a signal to its parents. If you want the parent to manage the cause, for example, there's a million ways to handle it. I know that, but I just need to know how to like register the the click on the card to begin with. Like, and what kind of structure we deal with that information is a separate issue, which I'll take a look at later. Okay, so event is input event mouse button MBE, and MBE mouse button is left. And okay, my dude, feels like this could be shorter. Feels like that shouldn't, like, just checking whether or not the left mouse button is being pressed feels like it should be actually like, okay, it does fit on screen, never mind. Public override void. Sure. Have it your way. No suitable method to override. You wanna bet? Probably. Oh, UI is not capitalized. Makes sense for the for like the casing. Doesn't make sense because GUI itself is like an abbreviation, so that is all uppercase usually. I'm being annoying. Okay, so that seems to work. Now, just for shits and giggles, I want to what was it again? Like Q3? Just removes it, right? So if I click on a card now, it will remove the card. It does. And then when I open it up again, oh no, that makes sense. I was going to say, why does it always remove the first card? But that's... Okay. Yeah, so now we get into, like, how do we actually program this? Because what we do is, we don't actually want to put any significant code in here, right? What we want to do is we want to probably have... an object that takes in both inventories and reacts when a button is pressed on either inventory, which will send through the card itself. But also we need to remove it from the inventory. So the card then needs to have the information on where in the inventory it is located. So it will remove itself from the inventory, then remove itself from the screen. Well, it won't remove itself. So what it's going to do... Okay, so in theory what we want to do is when we click on something, we want like an event dispatcher. Delegates. Let's take a look at whether or not we have like delegates stuff. Name of delegate must end with event handler. The delegate signature of the signal, parameter of the delegate. I just need to like C# Custom signals as C# events. Signal. You'll call a signal in here. Signal. Let's read up on that. Signal is a build variant type that represents the signal of an object. Okay, so delegate void. Oh, so okay, so a signal is just like a thing to label a delegate as. Right, so that you can use it in editor or whatever. I probably should read this. It can be stored in variables and pass functions. Signals will allow all connected callables, and by extension their respective objects, to listen and react to events without directly referencing one another. This keeps the code flexible and easy to manage. Okay, for now I just need to worry about the delegate. It's been a while since I did this outside Unreal in like Unity with delegates, and there I usually just use Unity events because that was honestly easier. On card clicked. Dynamic invoke. What other things do we have here? Nothing too fucking useful because my IntelliSense is actually fucked up. Godot delegates. Signals. Okay, at least this is like a documentation page on using signals. So let's put these side by side real quick and we'll just do it like that. Button. Whatever, pressed. So it's good if this just shows it in Godot language. Oh, there we go. Okay. On button pressed, set process. Not processing, yeah, okay, sure. This function will toggle processing, and in turn, icons motion, sure. Process, don't care about the actual stuff for that. Your complete sprite 2D GD code will look something like the following. Partial class my sprite 2D, float, process, on button pressed, okay. Connecting a signal via code. This is what we are looking for. You can connect signals via code instead of using the editor. Please explain to me how. This is necessary for when you create nodes or instantiate scenes inside of a script. That is indeed the idea, yes. Okay. Being able to do it in the editor is also interesting. Let's use a different node here. Godot has a timer node that is used for implementing skill cooldown. That's quite cool. Head to the 2D workspace. Yeah. With the timer selected, go to the inspector auto start property. Okay. Get a reference to the timer. Call the connect method on the timer's timeout signal. Are you seriously not going to show me how to set up my own signal? Fucking custom signals. Thank you very much. Okay. You can define custom signals in the script. For example, if you want to show the game over screen when the player health reaches 0, to do so you can signal. Okay. So. Signal. Oh, delegate is a function? Oh, you can just run it as a function. That makes sense. Public delegate void on card clicked. And then on card clicked we can okay. Emit signal that takes in a string. What? Oh, that does take in a string, but we can also get it from signal name dots on card clicked. Okay, so that then emits the signal, and then from another object, like the inventory itself, maybe? Okay, but then how do we pass through extra information with that? That is the next thing that I now want to know, because it's very nice that we can like emit a signal, but from there, like extra parameters will be nice. Oh, that's just because, yeah, okay, no, that makes sense. That makes sense. So what we do is in here we provide the parameters. A signal can optionally create one or more arguments. So we need to pass through for now. Let's just pass through the card. And eventually we'll probably also need to pass through like a inventory index for the array or whatever. But then we can... Yeah, so that just becomes extra stuff. So we can just pass through this. Okay, we're getting there. Then we go back up. So whatever thing the... is spawning in the cards, so that is in the inventory, I'm pretty sure. So in the draw inventory, we don't need to print out this anymore. We also want to... Okay, so then how do we listen out to those again? I kind of skipped over that. I just wanted to know how to make them first. We can connect. Okay, so how do we... Like, how does that even work? Do you have a code example for that? To connect to a signal via code, you need to call connect method of the signal that you want to listen to. I get that much. Like that's not the thing that's confusing me. Because I can just say, hey, our card to spawn dot on card clicked dot connect. Is that it? And then and then we can connect another function to that. So if we now make just for testing purposes, let's call this display card clicked, just to have some differentiation between the function names. So just to make sure that when we're clicking on a card, we're not actually printing anything out in the card. That's just sending a signal to the inventory, which it is subscribed to run this with the name of the card, with which it actually doesn't seem to be using right now. So anyway, when I click on a card, it should print out card clicked, except that it doesn't even build. The name of the delegate must end with event handler, card on clicked event handler. Sure, it doesn't say that in the documentation, but if that's what you want, man, fucking fine. Can only appear on the left hand side of a plus equal or... Okay, so we're adding it to something. Are we? Timer timeout plus equal on timer timeout. So hold on, let's just read the full code because that will make more sense probably to me. We get the timer, we get timer.timeout, which presumably is the... Okay, so we do this. Plus equal display card clicked. Okay. So we don't need to set up any like... The connect function we just don't need to use. We just take this and we add ourselves to that list. That does make sense. It runs. Card clicked. Okay, that works. So now let's test out my ID. That if we have a card here, which will be a public integer card index. Oh, well, that's gonna be a nightmare. Because when we change... no, because we need to Okay, no, that's actually fine. I was going to say there's going to be a nightmare because when we remove a card from the inventory, it's not going to shift all the other card indexes, but actually it will. Because it's going to remove that card with the index. The index is just there so that we know which card in the inventory to remove. then it needs to refresh the entire inventory anyway with like another draw inventory. So we need to make a refresh inventory function probably. At which point all the cards after it are gonna have to be given a new, like these are all getting instantiated again after that with new card indexes, so that's actually fine. So then card to spawn. That's cool. That's fine. Yes. And then when we click this, we also print out the card index to check whether or not that works. So that should now be 0, 1, 3, 1, 2 rather, when we click these. So this is now 1. It's all 0. It's all 0. Where's VS Code? There we go. So that's not particularly getting okay. That's it. No, I was going to say maybe we just need to pass through the index here instead of the card, which I guess also we can do, but it'll be easier to get the card through because they'll also supply the index anyway. Let's print index GD I want to print this when we actually spawn them in. Fucking Godot, keep open please. Okay, when we open the inventory, it's all 0. Because they are all... Because it's... Okay, so what it's probably doing is... It's just taking a look at the actual, like, resource asset and trying to find the first... the first index of an item that matches that specifically, rather than... Yeah, that makes sense, because it's trying to find the index of... is there a way to get like a index from a for each loop in C#? Because we might just need to make this a normal for loop. C# get index from for each loop. I guess actually there is a way to do that, and that is just integer I. And we just increment that, right? And then I will increment that at the end actually. So we print, we don't need to print this anymore. I'm pretty sure that this is gonna work. Will just be equal to I. There might be a built-in way to do this, but honestly this is probably fine. So this is 0, 1, 2. You see, this works now, so that's fantastic. So they all have a index value now, which means that I can specifically delete. God index never changes. Yeah, so I think the issue was I was using effectively a find method where it tries to find an entry and return you the index. But if all the entries actually have like the same resource in them, it's just going to, well, compare to index number 0. And it finds, hey, this is the same resource, so I'm going to return this one. Instead of all those then being like their own separate objects, and it's then just like comparing the actual like memory address of those objects. It's just comparing like, hey, is this the same asset? Is I presume what is happening there. I am curious though, what happens if I don't... This is entirely unrelated, but I want to see if that line actually does anything. Because it might not. Yeah, no, that line doesn't do anything, so we can just remove that. Okay, that takes care of that. So now we can make a script somewhere that will be able to communicate between those two inventories, which is quite interesting. I'm going to take a quick bathroom break because it's been 3 hours and I really need to go take a bathroom break. So I'll be back in like a minute and then we'll probably look into how to move things between inventories. It's going to be fun. Okay. Let's restart the recording real quick so that I have manageable clips to edit with. Chest inventory. So the chest itself will have its own inventory. It also has a reference to the player. As a no 2D actually. So maybe we can upgrade this to a player movement. Just gotta check whether or not that breaks something. In the level. On the chest itself. That still has the reference to the player. So presumably this still allows me to... Yes. Okay, that all works like we wanted to work. So now the main reason that we're doing that is because now we have like actual player reference. Which effectively gets me a reference to the player's inventory as well, right? Yeah, so now we have a player inventory and our own inventory. And the chest can deal with these signals from the both of the inventories. That said, what we probably want to do is make a specific screen that just shows both of these inventories, I think. So let's open the chest inventory scene. Let's actually duplicate. Oh, no, I want to duplicate this. Can we do that? Duplicate. That makes sense. That's my bad. Chest trade. Inventory screen. And we're going to rename this to just inventory screen, I think. So inventory. So we have the chest trade inventory. This will let's see, we have the scroll container. We just want to make that like half the size. Can we just actually put two inventory screens in here? That would maybe make even more sense. Can I not do that? For some reason it doesn't want me to do that. Oh, that's because that's a script, god damn it. Oh, that's probably not good actually. If I renamed that, I don't know if that's a bad thing. Oh, hold on, no, that adds another canvas panel. That's probably not what we want. Okay, so yeah, that's a good question. So we probably want this scroll container item grid combo to be a object in and of itself. Okay, we're not going to worry about that for now, I don't think. This is going to have the... This has the inventory screen on it. We're just going to make a separate script for this that's... How are we going to do this in a way that makes sense for us right now? Because I don't want to have to like rework a lot of this inventory screen stuff, because I'm kind of just like fucking done with that, if I'm being honest with you. I just don't want to deal with that too much more, if I can help it. So let's just work through this. What we need is a working game. What we need is being able to... I can't open my own inventory anymore. Why not? Okay, something broke, I think. Maybe. Definitely. I mapped that to E, right? Am I losing my mind? I might be losing my mind. Open inventory. Toggle inventory. Not giving me any errors, which is the weird bit. Inventory. Inventory screen. What happened to my cards? Oh, this one still works. Where did that key mapping go? Oh, I Control Z it a couple of times. That's probably what happened. Okay. No, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah, so that works perfectly fine. So we can click on all of them still. Card click 0 to 1 fucking... Cool, yeah. So right now, honestly what I'm thinking is I just like chest trade inventory. Just have one scroll container, which will be the chest scroll chest scroll. Let's call it chest scroll. And player scroll. And then we'll call this chest grid as well. And player grid. And we'll have a specific script for this one. Because right now it is just using the inventory screen. Which we can make a child script of. So can I then make this also, if I make this a global class, I wonder, hold on, I just want to check this real quick. What is this class called? Inventory screen. Oh, now I can add those as, okay. Cool. Cool. That's how you make addable nodes. Labeling them as a global class. Okay. I don't need that for this. But that's something that I did want to check. Okay. What I do want is I want the inventory screen C# file to be in the proper folder first and foremost. So let's put that in there. And then inventory screen, can I just create new script off of that? It inherits. Oh, so okay, hold on. So then if I keep this as a global class, we're gonna. Yeah, we're going to get there. So if I keep this as a global class, I can then make another thing that inherits off of this. So screen, right? We have like inventory screen here somewhere. Inherit from that, and then this will be the chest inventory screen. Okay, I'm starting to get into the flow of things a little bit more, and I think that's going to help us speed up so much. Again, I'm hoping, by the way, because we're now like 3 hours in, and frankly, we haven't made near any progress. So that's not great. But I'm hoping that I'll also be able to stream less long than today, but tomorrow. And maybe having back-to-back days will help me retain this information a little bit better and actually put it to use and stuff. We'll see. You'll be a Godot dev by tomorrow. Yeah, sure. Yes, let's pretend like I am. And then, okay. So we have our chest inventory screen, which is a child of the normal inventory screen, and we kind of just get these. That's annoying because now they're named differently, aren't they? Well, we'll worry about that in a moment. Because I do have access to grid here, right? Yes. That's not like... because it's public to begin with, but even if it was private, I don't think C# has protected. Oh, it does. So if that, just to check this out, if I make scroll container private, can I access a scroll container? Maybe I can. I don't know. Don't really care. Oh, it's because I've got a scroll thing here. I still can access that. Will it let me build this, or is it going to scream at me that that's private? Already contains... so the inventory screen is being a bitch again because I moved it. Really doesn't like it when I move things. Really doesn't like it when you move things. I don't remember how I fixed this last time. Because that was like 2.5 hours ago at this point. Yeah, so it's when I move it in Godot, one of them just kind of sticks around in here, which obviously isn't ideal. So let's just cut all this shit out and put it in here, and then in VS Code delete this. So I think the moral of the story is don't delete scripts from Godot, delete them from VS Code. And then Godot will reflect that update. Inaccessible due to protection level. Okay, so that is a thing. I just wanted to test that out. That's what we were doing. So let's call this inventory grid, and has to be a capital G then. And inventory scroll container, and this is going to definitely fuck up some places in my code, but that doesn't really matter that much. Yeah, so we probably actually do want these to maintain their original names as well. So this will just be scroll container, and then we'll give the other two more specific names. Kind of annoying, and this is the reason why finding these things based on their name is dumb, is what I was going to say, but I have a much better ID. I have a much fucking better ID, because if I just export these, I don't think I need to do this anymore. I'll have to rebuild. So give me a moment. Yeah, don't care about that. We'll get back to this in a moment. There's no definition for grid accessible in method grid. The fuck are you on about? Oh, because I call it inventory grid. Yeah. So this is this is why we don't just randomly start changing variable names. Okay, so the idea now is, I think if I go into just normal inventory screen, this should have it doesn't. Look, I don't know, man. It does weird stuff with when you move files. Let's try again. Okay, so now it's got the... Yeah, so we can assign the item grid like this. So yeah, once again, finding things by name is bothersome. Just connect things up through fucking objects if you can. And in this case, you very much can. If you're like dynamically adding something and you need to find it through name, that's fine. But that being the way you rely on things, like it's asking for trouble, really. So yeah, then here I can just say, hey, this is the inventory scroll container, and this is the grid container. You're only supposed to move files on Godot itself and use the right click and move. They're working on making it so you can move it outside of Godot. No, that is the issue. That is 100% the issue. I moved it inside of Godot. I didn't use like right click move. That is better to do probably. But I just like the script. You see, it's back in there now. Fucking hell. So I can move this to scripts and then it will work. Sure, overwrite that. That's fine. Cool. Okay, that works a little bit better. I was just dragging, dropping, moving, you know, like every program ever. To be fair, again, moving and removing classes, like C++ classes in Unreal, also breaks a bunch of things. So this is not a Godot exclusive issue. If they can make this more user-friendly in that way, that would be fantastic. Because maybe then Epic will get their fucking shit together and fix their stuff as well. Anyway, so yeah, now we can add these to that, and then if we go back here, yeah, you fuck off. The chest inventory screen can then add some more export values, one for the inventory grid. I'm just gonna copy over what we have here actually. No, not there. Inventory screen, this. Just gonna do a little something like that, and we'll call these the instead of inventory grid, we'll call this, well, yeah, no, we will. We'll call this player inventory grid and player scroll container, which I don't know if we need to specify them as private. Or if they need to be public. They probably actually... Again, I know I could and should be using getters and setters for this. I don't care. You think that you could use a on-release mouse button to run the move command? Yeah, something like that, right? Like I'm sure that there's like a lot of reasons why it is difficult for the engine to be moving files like that through just like file system stuff. I don't know what, because frankly I don't know enough about how this is all made to even have a guess at that. But you would think that they could at least like sense when people are doing it the quote unquote wrong way and like just discard that input and run their own like macro over that. Oh yeah, that's right. If you don't specify, it's automatically private in C#. You're right about that. I forgot. Yes. Actually, I wonder. Probably not, but can you like use public sections and stuff like that as well? Like if I just do, what, does C# let you do that? Or do I need to do it per variable? I always in C# code see it per variables. I'm assuming that sections don't work. That's one of the things that I actually quite like about the syntax for C++ then. The fact that you're like forced to put things like public goes in public, private goes in private, protected goes into protected. But it has to be per variable. Yeah, okay. That has its own upsides as well, I suppose. I like being forced to be organized because otherwise I just won't be organized. Did I not build after doing all that? Yeah, what? What script is on this? Chest inventory screen. Why does it open it in Godot's editor? That's worrying. Something's a little fucky there. Chests. Where even is my stuff? You need to set... No, Godot does use the external editor. Like when I open this, it does that. So that is the reason that it's worrying. That when I clicked on that thing, that it did it in the internal editor. So yeah, it's this scene, right? So yeah, when I click on this, it opens it here. With an old version of the script. That's not up to date. I'm just going to relaunch the engine real quick. So yeah, how am I finding Godot so far? Interesting but frustrating, I think, is the best way to explain my current feelings toward it. Yeah, so how about you just like close? Why? Oh! This still has a normal inventory screen on... Okay, this still has a normal inventory screen on it, which is... It's referring to a class that it doesn't actually, like... It just doesn't exist anymore. That's the issue. So now when I open this back up, yes, again, close all. I want to remove the script from this, and then we want to be adding our chest inventory screen to this instead. Which then will get us the proper stuff. So we have the inventory screen, values, which are getting added in a annoying order, and then we have the player grid and the scroll box. Okay. Then, going back to what we were doing a moment ago. The chest script. We have the chest script right here. Instead of having just... Okay, so that's the inventory on the chest. We also need to have... Oh yeah, okay. Okay. So this needs to actually just not do it this way. You see, if I had thought this through a little bit earlier, and as well as if I was more familiar with the engine in general, so I didn't have to put my brain power to it, learning it, this probably would have been less of a problem. But right now, it's specifically... Okay, so what's happening is the chest... No, that actually still works. That still works because we can put in the chest inventory screen here. Clear. Chest trade inventory screen. Very, very cool one. And we know that that is the case. So... the inventory will... So we need to make a script that inherits from inventory, which is chest inventory that has 2 inventories, I think. I'm just trying to figure out, like, in the mess of code that I made to begin with, how am I going to set all this up and connect everything together? Fair warning, if you hadn't like caught on to this yet, this being like a practice and an exploratory project, the code for this is going to be a mess. So, yeah. Okay. So yeah, the way that I'm going to do this is probably like not great. But we'll open our inventory script. Mark this as a global class so that we can easily make a child off of it. And we'll just make a chest inventory. So if we then create new script of inventory chests inventory. We replace this with the chest inventory. Actually, I don't think we need to, maybe. Do we? Thinking about this is going to make it take longer than just doing it the bad way, honestly. So let's just private void private override void, override void draw inventory. That's the thing for sure. So okay, it adds the chest inventory screen. It adds child, so it adds itself to whatever. Yeah, that makes sense. Then for each resource card in cards, so there we get into the difference, because the chest inventory will have to instead of just adding an inventory screen, it is going to be adding a chest inventory screen. So yeah, it does that as a chest inventory screen. Let's just try it like this. And then in cards. So we can add all that. Just a normal way, I think. And then pretty much we do the same thing again. Instead with a J, because well, actually we can just set int. We can just set I back to 0 here, and then we can keep this at I. So it makes a little bit more sense. We instantiate card scene as card, that makes sense. Cast spawn set info card, index, and then inventory screen to add dots. Oh, that's a player inventory grid. So now we also want to just have the normal inventory grid, right? That will add the... Okay, that'll add the cards to both of them. So we want to actually, like, do we have a reference to player anywhere? Player.inventory dots cards. Okay, but what is player? Do we actually have a value to that in here in inventory? No, we don't. What the fuck are you even on about? The chest has a reference to the player though. This is a bad way of doing things. It's a really bad way of doing things. I don't like the fact that it's not telling me, and this is just a VS Code thing, but I don't like the fact that it's not telling me that this is incorrect, because it's incorrect, right? I'm not going insane. Like, that's going to error me out. Virtual abstract methods cannot be private. Fucking protect it then, have it your way. No suitable method for override. do you mean? Oh, it's because this is... Yeah, okay. So... protected. And then a normal inventory that also then needs to be protected, right? But it's not complaining about the player thing. Cannot override inherited member because not marked as virtual. Oh, virtual. Nah. Needs to be in the parent class. It needs to be virtual. Wake the fuck up. Inventory screen does not contain... Yeah, so now we're gonna get into like a bunch of stuff here. Yeah, so let's rethink this real quick. Because what is gonna end up happening here is... We do actually want to maintain the function itself. We just don't want to use all the stuff that we have in it. So what we want to do, let's just write out and like speak what we want to make, what we want this to do. We have our chest inventory screen. We want to spawn specifically this, and it's going to be spawning that with the chest inventory screen.cs on it. And that is going to have references to all of these different things. So now what we just had actually does make sense. I just need to find a way to reference the player, I think. Because we have the inventory screen to add, right? That is this, which will be an chest inventory screen, but that's fine. Then we add that. Then in that we have... Okay, let's remove this for now. This is effectively just overriding this function with the same function now, I think. Wait, what? Marked as override cannot be marked as new or virtual. Well, that's dumb. Sure. Inventory screen does not contain definition for instantiate. Inaccessible due to protection level. Let's take a look at that first. So we've got inventory screen to add. Just going to be lazy and make that public. Okay, so why in the world? Why in the world, right? Is it not an issue here for inventory screen? Maybe it's because I was... we'll see. Let's try. Hides inherited member. Draw inventory to currently make member override that implementation. Add the override keyword. You told me I couldn't do that. Okay, inventory display card click card is inaccessible due to protection level. Sure, let's make that... Well, we don't need to make that public actually, we can make that protected. And then... make that protected as well. You override virtual, it can be both. Why though? I mean, I guess that if you override something, that means it is already like its parent function already is virtual, so it's just going to be able to be overridden again and again and again with other child classes. I think that is what is happening there then. But what if, in theory, right? And I know this is probably dumb to one, but what if in theory you want to have a function that you can override in one class, and then when you make other children of that class, those can't override it anymore. I have no idea why that would be something you want to do, but like that then doesn't seem like a possible thing to do. So the base method is virtual, and the inheriting should be override. Alright. I mean, sure. Sure. So yeah, let's just see what happens when I try to open this inventory screen now. Absolutely fucking nothing is what happens. Inventory screen to add. Is that the thing that's being set to null? Yes. Maybe. That is actually a really good point, because if I go to this, no, that also doesn't actually. Oh, that's because it's empty on the chest, is it? Let's go into the shop level. Is it empty on the chest? What? Inventory. Ah, there we go. Okay. My brain is kind of melting, and I'm starting to make even more stupid mistakes than usual. In C#, a virtual method is a method that can be overridden in a derived class. Yeah, I get that, right? But if that derived class then has other derived classes, those also are immediately able to override it. Which is cool, but and makes sense by all accounts. But that then takes away the possibility of making a virtual function that you override in a derived class, and then everything that derives from that cannot touch it anymore. Which is, again, I know that I'm asking for like very niche functionality here to exist, which probably isn't actually relevant. But I can imagine there definitely is scenarios where you're like building some kind of framework where you as the developer or a library or whatever, where you as a developer want to like derive a class from something and override it, but you don't want to bother the people who are actually going to end up using. I guess it doesn't really matter. Okay, so this is the trade chest inventory screen thingamajig, and then we have the card scene. And then the array of cards is yes, okay. So now let's see if it actually adds something. I very much doubt that this is going to do what I wanted to do, but so yeah, this might actually be more confusing now. What the fuck? Oh, this is still big. Ah, that's still big. Okay, that needs to be like half screen. And this needs to be the other half of the screen. So yeah, it doesn't add the player's inventory yet, I don't think. Which is fair, because again, I don't know why it's not even... I don't even know why it's not erroring on the player thing. Yeah, so let's make these... so this is actually quite nice. We can just make these thinner. And that kind of works. We'll look into that a little bit later. Okay, so that part of it actually works. So if we go back to inventory chest, we only have that code in there to begin with. So do I miraculously still? Yes, I do. So if I add this back in, is this going to, without reason to work? No, it won't, because player does not exist in current context. I figured. So how are we going to get that reference to the player that exists on the chest? Let's see. So the chest specifically... Yeah, the chest does that toggle inventory thing. But I suppose the chest... doesn't need a normal inventory. The chest is always going to be spawning in a chest inventory, right? So we can... do that. And I guess we can just... just make this public chest. Because the chest will have a reference to the player. Again, I'm not saying that this is particularly elegant code, but it'll fucking work. That's really the only thing that's important right this second. So let's go back to the chest. Because we have our like inventory.chest is just this. And that should do the trick. Almost. Chest.player is not accessible. Why not? Sure. Just make fucking everything public, why don't we? Player movement does not contain definition for inventory. Does it not? I was pretty sure that it would. Player movement. Yeah, you want to bet that it does? Oh, it's capitalization is the issue. Okay. Inaccessible due to protection. Fucking of course it is. Player movement. Inventory does not contain definition for card. No accessible method for cards except for What? No, actually what? Cannot implicitly convert type inventory to chest inventory. An explicit conversion needs to exist. In chests. Surely that's this, right? Somewhere in here. We'll get back to that in a moment. Does not contain definition for cards. Is the player one a lowercase? Oh no, we player inventory now, because that's always going to be that's the same component. It is a lowercase though, so I probably just yeah, I think that's just Copilot actually doing what it should be doing, and using the right upper and lowercase, but I didn't, so that's kind of my bad still. Does not contain a player inventory grid. Inventory screen does not contain definition for... Okay, so... yeah, this is an issue with casting. So we just... This is a chest inventory screen, right? So that's how we do that in C#. Now we can get rid of that there. I think that is how we do that. Okay, that does not fix that. Does not contain definition player inventory grid and no accessible. Okay, let's just chests inventory script. Fucking. Cast inventory screen. Ah, that's how you do it. Okay. Still holds one issue somewhere. What do you mean this is no methical or member called player inventory grid? I'm casting this at this point, right? It's private. Yes, it is. But then it should say it is not accessible. Like, it gave a different message for that before, so I don't know what the difference is. But I think you are correct. So we have the chest inventory screen. No, it's not. Actually, no, they are public. So that still does make sense with the... And this does inherit from inventory screen, right? So we should be able to cast that, yeah. Inventory screen to add is an inventory screen, right? Yes. Also, yes. The inventory screen does not contain... So yeah, what it is trying to do is it's using this class. Instead of this one. Okay, we'll do this differently then. Just screen to add is like at this point this has to be oh my god. Oh my fucking god. We're not going to talk about that. Okay, that does fix that issue. Still an issue here with inventory to just inventory up here. Get node inventory. Sure. I think we can do that without breaking anything. It doesn't even show the player's inventory. Fuck. Hold on. It might. No, that's probably not the thing. But we might need to like anchor this to the top right instead. Oh, that's the that was an old message. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Okay, so let's not get tilted and let's try to add this, and then we'll check chest inventory. Scroll container. Yeah, play scroll container. It's just simply not adding the cards to it. But we do have cards, right? Yes, we do have cards. So the issue comes in with in chest .player inventory .cards. Card to spawn. Like, this is just not happening. Let's Godot. God damn it. GD print inventory screen to add. Let's just. Sure. No, actually, let's just print added card to player inv. Let's at least like try to run through those. That is important information. It has. No, it does not. Okay. That means that the chests That should set it properly. Player definitely has a value. Print chests. Play inventory chest value. GD inventory.chest. Is that being set properly? What? Why is it printing a sprite? Oh, it's because it inherits from Sprite 2D. That does make sense. Okay, so after we do all that, instead of doing that, I want to print inventory.chest.player.cards.count. Very long, but they'll at least show me when this thing spawns in 3. Okay. That's weird. That's kind of weird. Is it for some reason just not running? Oh, that. Oh. I just made both of them virtual. So it's just running the original one because this doesn't actually overwrite that. Okay. My brain is cooked. Clearly. So now it should also displays both of them. Fuck me. Okay. Fantastic. Now that we have both of them displaying, card clicked 14, 15, 16. That's still not good. Oh, that's because I need to reset I to 0. What was that bracket even? I equals 0. So it resets the index. Okay. So that's 0, 1, 2, 0, 1, 2, 3, 5, 7. Yes. Okay. Now with that, we can go back to inventory, and display card clicked is also then going to be a virtual. I said a virtual, not a virtual, or whatever that was. We're going to close this method and never look at it again. Protected override, yes. Okay, so what we do is at that point, we also need to know the... Oh, we also need to know which inventory we're clicking on actually, don't we? So how are we going to do that? Because the card is... Can you get the parents? Hold on. Card dots get parents. Because if I can do that, that would solve the entire issue. Godot get parent node. Get parents. Nope. Having some issues. Would recommend using signals. Yeah, so I guess I just closed. So I guess what we want to do is we also just simply want to have a inventory reference on this. Make that public, sure. And then on specifically for the chest inventory, we need to open this monstrosity up again. When we add a card, when we set card, I guess when we set card info in the card, we might as well. No, actually, never mind. So after we set the card info, we can just set our card to spawn dot inventory equal to this for the chest, and then the inventory for these will be the chest.player.inventory because I suck. So we don't need to get parent anymore. We simply can get the card dot inventory. That function does not exist, Copilot. I probably will want to make a function like that, potentially. Actually, I said we probably would need to have a like refresh function. But maybe we don't. Well, we still do. We still do, don't get me wrong. But removing an element from those grid boxes automatically updates it. So we don't need to do it for visual purposes. We still do need to do it so that all the indexes match. So we still need to make that. Anyway, it's not what we're doing right now. Card inventory. Okay, so we want to check if card inventory is this. We want to add card to the player's inventory. I probably just need to make this honestly a member of its own. Player inventory dot cards dot add. Card, yes, and then we remove it from this. So yes, that makes sense. And then this is the other way around. So this is no, this is just our inventory hold on, this is the wrong way around, I think. If the card that we clicked on inventory is the chest inventory itself, we... that's the issue. I understand the issue. This is the issue. We add it to the player and remove it from this. And otherwise, we add it to this and remove it from the player. Okay. And then either way, we want to probably... on the inventory. Screen? No, on the inventory itself. Yeah, on the inventory we want to refresh inventory. So void refresh inventory. I think that'll actually do everything we needed to do. And also create a bunch of errors. Okay. Sure. Card does not contain definition for inventory, has no accessible... Okay. What the fuck are you even on about? Card has no definition for inventory. It's because it's M inventory. That is fair. Let's take these one at a time. Sure. Inventory does not contain definition for cards. It's because it's lowercase c, I think. Because I am, again, actually the most terrible person on earth. Member card is inaccessible due to protection level. We can... Sure, make that public, why not? Name inventory does not exist in current context. It's because that's M inventory, that's M inventory. Player movement does not contain definition for M inventory, has no accessible method for M inventory. Oh, these are just inventory. Okay. This is what happens when you're doing this with half a brain. Inventory does not exist in current context. Oh, this is M inventory. That's, yeah. What do you mean M inventory does not exist in current context? You fucking wanna go? Inventory. Oh, you alright. No, you're not. Are you? Hold on. We are inside of the inventory. We can just... It's just this. Just this. For clarity, I probably should put the disk keyword in there. But anyway. Okay, that didn't do shit. Neither did that. We almost did a thing. But not quite. So let's GD print card clicked again. to see whether or not these things are even... Okay, they are still sending the signals. Unless... And it's not with the card index, so it is actually... It is running this code. Which doesn't fully make sense. Unless these are actually the wrong way around still. If card inventory is this, then add it to the player. Let's just actually GD moved to player's inventory, else moved to chest inventory. Let's see which one it says. Either way, something is going wrong. We might not be, yeah, so we need to actually then, I think we had the inventory, refresh inventory, right? So we need to re-render it. So then at the very end here, we need to refresh inventory. Fine. Make that public. There we go. So now we can remove cards from here. They're getting added to here, and we can remove them from there. It does kick you back to the top of the menu every single time, and that's because we're redrawing it. We can do something about that. We can do something about that. Do we care? Do I care? Yes, I care. Yes, I do. Let me have a drink. Oh, my mug was almost empty. Okay. So what we can do is... before we redraw the inventory, we can get like floats, chests, scroll, position, X, player scroll position X, and then floats. Oh, no, that needs to be like that. Scroll position Y, and then after we refresh it, we set them all back. Should be as easy as that. Oh, they're integer. What? The scroll position is an integer? Oh, what? Okay. Sure. If you want that to be an I would imagine that would be a float. Well, you do you, man. You do you. Sure. So now if we scroll down here, it still does the same issue. So that actually didn't do shit. I mean, this doesn't even need to be as chest container screen or whatever. This can just be like this. I'm not going to fix my code. Just to be very, very clear. But I also think that this refresh inventory might be better suited to be on the... If we do that on the scroll containers themselves, that might make more sense. You know what? If this doesn't work, I just decided I don't care. What the? Does not contain definition of a player inventory scroll container, has no accessible method. Player inventory scroll container. The fuck are you talking about? Actually, what the fuck are you talking about? How does that... Oh, no, that does make sense. Hold on. Oh, no, that does make sense. Okay. Yeah, I just decided that I don't care. Not right now, anyway. So the idea would be that we can refresh inventory instead of doing that here. What we could do is we could make a separate script on the actual thingamajig, on the actual scroll box that does that refreshing instead. Hold on. Because we might be able to... If we clear all children and then just add those children back, maybe that'll do something still. So... so instead of doing this, let's get our... inventory screen to add dots like the grid, inventory grid, queue for your children, and then we draw inventory again. That doesn't remove the entire inventory, then it just removes the children. That might make a difference. This will only do it for one. So this just doesn't exist, does it? Q3, get children, something like that. Godot item grid, get all children. Get children clear. Does that break? Of course it does. Yeah, so we do need to have the inventory grid. People here say get children. But that doesn't exist. So I don't know what they want me to do. Does this need to be like get children like that? Because again, everybody on Reddit is using... Yes, that's what it needs to be. Okay, cool. Still reset me back to the top, and oh my god. Okay, yeah, that ain't it. that makes it worse. Just so much worse. Don't do that. Oh, it's because it clears the children. What we need to do is we need to get children, and we need to use that for a for each loop. So, so for each node in that monstrosity, Q3 node. That'll probably work a little bit better. Now we're getting stuttery again. Yeah, that ends up with the same issue. Oh well, nothing we can do about that. I mean, there is, but... Unless inventory grid has like a... Let's just test out, actually. Do we even need to redraw this thing at all to begin with? Like, is that a thing we need to do? Or am I just like psyching myself up for potential problems that don't actually exist? Well, turns out we definitely need to redraw them. So I guess we just Control Z our way back to all that. And just accept that we have that jumping issue. Oh, yeah. And we just accept that we have that little like jumping issue. Because honestly, like at this point, we can at least move things between the two inventories. That's the most important bit. I think we're kind of done with coding for now. I think 4.5 hours of doing some more inventory stuff has kind of killed my brain. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have a quick little snack break because I'm getting hungry. Let's see if I have like any like snack foods around for me to eat something real quick. And then we're probably going to do a little bit of spriting. I think I want to make a basic character sprite and get our character actually moving. I think that'll be a good upgrade. So let me go check if I have any like food. Because I don't think I do. Now that I think about it. And that's a problem. Yeah, I don't Huh. Well, that's fucked. Actually, hold on, I do have something. It's not particularly good, but... I did bake miniature apple pie yesterday, so I can just get a little bit of that. Which isn't particularly healthy, but hey, at least it'll be like good sugar, right? Which I think I can use at this point. And it tastes so fucking good. Actually amazing. Okay. Oh, that hits the spot right. Time for the player. So, we delete everything. This is going to be really, really basic because I am a horrible artist. So we just like kind of draw a, you see, 16 by 16 might have been a little on the small side, to be honest with you, but let's just try to get this to work. That's not centered at all. Wait, that is 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Fuck, it's that's gonna bother me. That's gonna bother me. Let's try again. So how do we do this? Like if I just do this like that, maybe? I think that's centered. Do we have something like layers? Yes, we do. Can I make a new layer, pretty please? New layer. Can I move the layer down? Because at this point, if I draw on top of this, I want to have just like a blue shirt or whatever. But if I draw on top of this, that's going to draw on top, right? I want it to be on the bottom. Just going to go layer. You're not telling me Sprite has a layering system without being able to reorder the layers. Right? Surely that's not the case. Oh. You right click and drag. Okay. Sure. If that's what you want to do, that's what we'll do. Again, not an artist. But not of an artist to the point where I think that should be... Maybe I need to look at like a reference image to steal from. That's definitely not what I want. I think what I want is actually like having... Oh. If I do this? Nah, that looks weird as well. Let's look at a pixel art character sprite. 16-bit, 16 by 16 pixel art character. Undertale characters, that's a good one for reference. The amount of like information and detail and character that people fucking get into 16 by 16 pixels is actually insane. Like, I could never, as you can see here. Let's add some new layers here. I'm doing this on layers just because that'll make it a little bit easier for me, honestly. It's the main thing. Probably don't want that to be the same brown, actually, do I? Let's see. Yeah, I think this entire thing is just already too big, to be honest with you. If I look at this, right? The heads are generally like, this is, I don't know, fucking Toriel as a child. What's Azrael or something? That's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 with the ears included. And this is like a huge head compared to the rest. Like this Frisk. I don't know if this is supposed to be Frisk or this is Deltarune actually. Anyway, Frisk here is like 4 pixels. With the hair on top, it's like 7 pixels, whatever. Now that's kind of me. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Way too fucking big. So I think maybe I can just save myself by like squashing it down a little. Or maybe it's, oh, layer 1, right? So maybe I can just squash this down a little and make it work like that. This is 100% me just like messing about at this point. So what if I do this? That might not be bad. Let's stick with that for a little bit. And then have like darker blue. Am I not? Yeah. So like darker blue legs. With some fucking shoes, right? That is very ugly. I also don't know if that is... And this is why I wanted to use pre-existing sprites. Because I suck at making sprites. Maybe the issue is mostly is not finished. Like if we do that, it feels a little bit too thin, right? But that might be solvable. Hold on. I don't know. I'm just messing about. I'm just doing something, hoping that'll... Oh, no, I want that to be black. Oh, I'm erasing, I think. Yes. And let's give him, like... blonde hair. Because that's the only color that I haven't used yet. Like, adding in that hair actually, like, surprisingly does a lot, doesn't it? Like, it still shits, don't get me wrong, but that does a lot. I think most like these pixel art characters don't have a mouth. I think the idea is that it actually, for the most part, they are more, a little bit more like taken from a top perspective, and this is very front perspective. So maybe what we want to do instead, yeah, let's look at the Pokemon sprites, like Pokemon Emerald character sprite for a reference instead, because I think that is about the perspective that we want. Okay, let's do Pokemon Ruby, because Pokemon Emerald people are doing remake sprites and stuff. Okay, yeah, if we take this sprite sheet, we can see in these, and that's probably what I was thinking about, is the head is about half of the sprite. And it still doesn't have a mouth. So, and I think these might also be more than 16 by 16 pixels, to be honest. So let's hide all these and get ourselves a new layer to start with. We will put this one on the very top, and I'm going to just block this out with like shapes first. That might be a little too squashing. This is actually like fucking it so badly. And I think it's not, it's an odd number again. I'm really bad at doing that. So yeah, let's just start with something that is relatively round. And then we can maybe try to like squash and stretch it out a little to get something that looks like this. Then we'll add another layer. Shift N. Okay, it's going to be a valuable thing to be able to use. Then we'll use this for the body. The general body proportions is more or less just a square. That exists kind of like, oh, that's not what I wanted to do. That exists kind of like in this range. Then he doesn't actually really seem to have arms. If I look at this Pokemon sprite, right? There's no real arms here. There's no real arms. Like, even when he's doing an action like throwing a fishing rod, it's just, he's Raymanning it. I hope you guys understand what I mean by Raymanning it. Probably do. So these are just like, honestly, this is probably enough. They're also more square, so maybe what I do is I make these like relatively square. So I add like, probably need a little more. But for the proportions, yeah, so for 16 by 16 I don't think I can get away with more than this. And then the feet are kind of also just squares. So he puts, hold on, we put this one on top, of course. So that's the basic proportions of our character, I think. That's all that we have. Maybe we should have gone with 32 or 32. Maybe we should have. We still can. to be fair, we haven't really done anything that would disallow that. Yeah, okay, let's try that. So edit, sprite properties, I believe. No. Sprite size. Let's go up to 32 by 32. Just so we can have a little bit more detail to it, right? Because then we can do things like, hey, we can start. Can we just like select everything, pretty please? Which layer is it? I think it's this layer. We can start taking like a couple of pixels off here, and that immediately makes this more hand-like. Maybe even move them in a little. We'll see. Same here. I think if we take off like a pixel for each of those as well. Still not exactly happy with this. Well, as far as proportions go, I think we're getting somewhere. But we probably want to like get rid of a few pixels around a couple places now that we have this. Which might mean that this, oh, that's the wrong layer. Okay, so maybe what we want to do then is, I don't know, that kind of looks lewd. To be honest, I think it's just a matter of coloring. I don't think... Yeah, I don't think I want to be taking pixels away from these sections. Maybe on the insides though. That can still kind of make sense. And then this one, let's make that a few pixels taller. So this is actually kind of fun because it's still more or less a 16 by 16 pixel sprite, but we're just adding in a little bit more detail this way. So for the most part, I think that's actually pretty cool. Yeah, this probably just in general needs to be a teeny bit smaller, something like that. And we'll make this a proper color now. Do we have a paint bucket tool? Surely we have a paint bucket tool. Is this the paint bucket tool? That's the paint bucket tool. I did like the blonde color for his hair though. Not for his entire face. Because the background for the shop is gonna be quite brown as is. Then again, hold on. We're doing like a... In my mind, I haven't really communicated this yet, I don't think. In my mind, what we're doing is, yes, this is a card shop, but in my mind, he's also like the guy selling these kind of things is also like a little bit of a wizard. So having a somewhat unnatural hair color might actually be kind of neat. So, or even just like white because he's old. I don't know. And then a little bit of a little bit of asymmetry to his hair there. I think that might work out quite well. And then for his eyes, we're just simply going to is that even symmetrical? I don't know if that's symmetrical. I think that's symmetrical. I think so. Maybe, maybe not. Yeah, definitely not. Just move them over 1 pixel, right? And then they will be. No. Now they will be. So I like the idea that he's like wearing blue. Not quite that blue. It's a little too much. Which layer is the... Okay, that's... And then we can have like some accents with slightly... Gotta make sure that this is... There we go. Do we want like another one of these? I don't... Nah, I don't think we do. We have so much room left. Maybe we can like move the eyes down a little more. Oh. And add like a little bit more hair so that we're looking a little bit more from on top, as discussed before. So like if we do a little bit more of all this. Remember when I said asymmetry in the hair? That's definitely happening now. Totally on purpose. Totally on purpose. Yeah, so let's give him something that resembles jeans or whatever, because it kind of feels like he's just naked now. It's not great. And then if we just make these brown, those can look like shoes, maybe. Like, honestly, I don't hate it. I don't love it. But for not being an artist, I think that is as good as we're going to get for the most part. So yeah, let's just throw out those other layers that we're not using anymore and give these names. So body, literally nothing. Hands. This has to be the feet then, because this is the head. Sorry, I keep hitting the microphone. I think everything... the feet should definitely be on the very bottom anyway, right? I think everything can move like 1 pixel more down. That's annoying. That's how that works. Oh, now everything... What? Oh, so... Oh, so if we exclude this, that then... Oh. Oh. Okay. Let's copy that from there, paste that. Cut it out from there and paste them in there. So now we have, if we, in theory, like if we solo that, that excludes it then, right? No, that's not how that works? Okay. That's just the layer that you have selected. Okay, let's move things down. Worry about the hands last. I think that makes it a little bit better. So what we also could have done, I realize now, is just move the feet up 1 pixel. So this will be his idle pose, I guess. Let's save that. And then next frame, I just want to test whether or not this actually puts me on a new frame. To like animate. So if I now do like that, I go back to the previous frame. Yeah, I didn't think so. Alt N. That's Windows. Okay, and that way we can get the frames like that. Okay, so we can now go to frame 2. And effectively, frame 2 is just hands. This one moving in. Maybe make them like... I don't know if we need to make them bigger, actually. And then this one, we move back and we delete a little bit out of that. There we go. That works. And for the feet, we do the opposite. So we take this one and we kind of just like keep it normal, I guess. And this one specifically will move back. I guess what we can do for this is, because it does need to have some movement, right? So what if we... How do we imply that this is... like that? That actually works like decently well, except that it's kind of like he's jumping now, right? So how do we fix that? Like that? Nah, that's not it either. Yes, that's it. Just remove the lag altogether. Again, I'm looking at Pokemon Ruby sprites here. So yeah, the body stays the same. The feet and the hands. So we just kind of copy the feet from this one. Remove like everything from here. Paste that. And we have like a flip. We flip it horizontal. And actually, we don't need a frame 3 here. Delete frame. Hopefully this is going to get exported to like a sprite sheet. Surely it will be. And then we take the hands again, we copy. We take the hands for, oh my god, no. Take the hands from there, we paste those in. And we flip horizontal. So, oh, no, no, no. So this is now our walking cycle. And I think, honestly, that's probably good enough. So let's stick with that for now. Now, can we export as sprite sheets? We do. Okay, so we can just export this as a sprite sheet. That's just like 0, 1, 2. By rows, by columns, whatever. Well, we can fix that up and stuff. Why can't I export this output? Oh, we can output file. Okay. That can still just be player.png. That's fine. So now if we go back in here, our player.png should be updated. Wherever it might be. Resources, a sprite, player.png. It is not. Why not? Re-import. Nope. Let's open. Git fork. TCG Tycoon. Resources. 8 sprites. Player PNG. Yeah, it straight up didn't export that, did it? Let's try again then. File, export as sprite sheets. Yes. Why does it not? This is player.a sprite, right? So if I open this up. Oh. Hold on. Save as. It's still opening the original directory where it was stored in. So if I store it here now, I will overwrite my player.a sprite. Now, if I export this as a sprite sheet, we export. We still want to overwrite. And then Godot, Still the fuck not. What is up? Okay, now I've probably overridden the project file. I don't want to export this as a GIF. To export this as a sprite sheet, once again, export, yes, player.png. Why do you keep being a bitch? Oh, because when you export as a sprite sheet, you do actually give in a directory. Okay, so Godot. There we go. So now if we play, we will assumedly play as 3 sprites, right? Yeah, so there we go. That is the stuff. Cool. Can we like create new resource sprite sheet or something like that? I don't think it is shop tiles. So that's there is a sprite sheet resource, I'm pretty sure. I'll just Google this real quick. We're probably not going to implement it because it's about 9 PM. I'm going to end the stream soon. It's been 5 hours and something. So, Godot sprite sheets. Sprite frames is what it's called. Sprite frames. Player sprite frames. So in there, I think we can put in our add frames from sprite sheets. A sprite, this. And then we can simply say the size for them should be 32 by 32. And this can then be like idle. Oh, idle only is this, and then we walk forward. We can add specifically. We're going to need to redo these, by the way, when we add more sprites, because all this is going to get offset, most likely. So, I don't care. And then the frame duration probably should be. Oh, that's quite neat. This is going to be really fast. Oh, 5 frames per second. That's actually probably enough. That's probably good. So, we can actually probably implement this. I don't think that's too difficult, because instead of a 2D sprite, what we can do is we can remove this. We're not referencing that anywhere anyway. And then add in a, I think it's called animated sprites, something like that. Animated 2D sprites. And that just takes in the sprite frame. So this sprite frames is just a set of animations. And in my player movement, I can then, I think, fairly easily say we have like animated. What was it called again? Sprite 2D. Sprite 2D. it's called sprites. Sprites is get node animate sprite 2D, animate sprite 2D. Yeah. And then if we're not moving in any direction, we set our animated sprites 2D dot animation dot idle. And if we're moving in, so yeah, we need to check that out. So in this case, that will be if direction x isn't equal to 0, else yeah, that's definitely not it. So x is left, right. So we want to check if direction dot y is, I think Godot has something weird where up and down are swaps, I believe. So we want to check whether or not it's less than 0, so it's going down. Yeah, so pretty much this. Except, of course, all of this we don't. Oh, actually, we do have that one. So we switch these for now. For now, what we'll do is we'll just say this, and it'll be easier to just go back in here now. And rename this to down. So I think that will, when we are not walking, have our sprites at, okay, not quite. Object reference is required for non-static field method property. Oh, just sprites. That's my bad. Probably could be a like a sub function of its own, but so yeah, that actually straight up just still doesn't work, eh? Okay, that's a bummer. That is kind of weird, though. Okay, so this is now a character. Actually, looking at it in this scenario, I don't think it's that bad. I mean, 100% honest with you, I don't think it's actually that bad. Okay, so yeah, actually, animations idle does need to be back in here. Because it needs to not idle, or it needs to go idle when I'm not pressing it. So that's that. And then I don't know why it's sticking around on this. 5 frames per second is... That should be good for an animation like that, I would think. That's even weirder. Debugger. Debugger is giving me some info. Automation idle doesn't exist. Oh, that's probably why, because I gave it a capital I, because Oh, outputs. No. Sprite frames. Yeah, idles. Capital I. Which is good. But Copilot didn't think so. So, okay. It goes back to idle when I'm not moving down, and it only does this frame when I move down, right? So that's good. Now, naturally, we're gonna have some trouble with deciding what animation to play when we're moving in two directions. We'll get to that when we get to that. For now, I want to figure out still why the down animation isn't playing. Animation is looping. Can I like preview the animation anywhere? What if I set this to 1 frame per second? Oh, it's rerunning that animation every single time, isn't it? That might be what's happening. Yeah. So if sprites.animation does not equal down, then do the down animation. I think it's just trying to reset that animation. No. Let's take a quick look at the documentation still. I might be missing something. Oh, you can. There is a play button. No, there is not. Oh, there is here. But let's at least like preview that. Like 4 frames per second is probably good for this. I mean, that's pretty much what I want. Oh, you also need to play the animation. Sprites dot. Oh, you can flip horizontal. Well, it's easier this way. Anyway. Play. Is that it? Oh. No. This sprites dot play down. That's the way we do it. So now it should display the proper down. Yes, there we go. Left, right, and up, we just kind of float, but down we can walk. So that's a thing. Okay, I think in the next stream we're going to finish up the rest of those sprites, which hopefully will be tomorrow, and then like believe it. Huh. I was gonna say I don't know why we can like walk behind the chest, but that's kind of nice. But the reason why is because the player is bigger now. So we probably actually want him to be slightly smaller. I don't know if that's going to fuck with the scaling there. So maybe the player is just a bigger sprite than the rest of the game. Transform scale will be like 0.5, right? Yeah, so now he's now he fits within his actual collision again. Though, to be fair, I think that the player being bigger is actually probably good. So instead we will change the size of the collision shape. And then maybe give him a little bit of leeway to stand behind things still, because I did like that idea. Yeah, that is actually pretty nice. That is pretty cool. Okay, yeah. The addition of the player really does, coming together little by little, yeah, so the addition of the player really does do a lot, I think. So I think next time for programming, what we're going to do is we're going to be adding the display cases, so you can have a display case where you can sell like cards. So that's going to need to have a slot to hold one card that you can take out of your inventory. We have some code set up for that. I might do a little bit of refactoring again next time when we start. That did waste a lot of time today, but I think it might be necessary. And then like set a price for it, and that stuff. And then we'll also probably do some more art for the player character itself. And maybe we'll start adding like actual like economy stuff. So just like money values effectively. I have realized now that the idea of finishing this game and the video about this game before the devlog needs to go up in like 2 weeks time is gonna be a tight fucking schedule. So maybe next week we'll also stream the Tuesday and Thursday stream for this. It's going to be a little bit more time than I initially thought. But to be fair, I also thought that picking up the Godot side of things was going to be a little bit smoother than it was. So that's taken up quite a bit of time. We'll see. We'll see what we end up doing. But for now, I think it's been a good one. And I'll be back probably tomorrow. Maybe a little bit later than today. Probably a little bit shorter than today as well. To make a little bit more progress on stuff. And who knows? Maybe we'll actually fucking finally release a game. Well, I have a couple of games on itch. So, you know. But something that I don't think is entirely shit, because I'm actually quite liking how this is coming together. Anyway, I'll see you later. Bye.